This budget hearing of the Township Council is called to order. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meeting Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, be advised that adequate notice of this budget hearing of the Township Council of the Township of Franklin, County of Somerset, was made by posting on the bulletin board at the municipal complex and transmitted to the officially designated newspapers, indicating that this budget hearing would take place at the Franklin Municipal Complex at 7 p.m. on Thursday, February 12, 2015. In addition, a copy of this notice is and has been available to the public and is on file in the office of the municipal clerk. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. McCarthy, please call the roll.
Councilman Chase?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Francois? Mayor Kelly?
Here.
Councilman Kramer?
Here.
Councilman Prasad? Councilman Regan?
Here.
Councilwoman Sherman?
Here.
Councilman Vasanella?
Here.
Councilman Wright?
Here.
Is there a motion to open the meeting for public discussion?
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion is carried. This meeting is open for public discussion on any item of interest which does not have a public hearing of its own. Anyone interested in speaking, please raise your hand, and when recognized, give your name and address.
Mr. Mayor, seeing no one come forward, I make a motion that we close public session.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is carried. We are now on to the departmental budget presentations. Planning and zoning with Mark Healy.
Council, if you could, it's tab, I just had it and lost it. Q, I'm sorry, tab Q is the planning and the planning board. So that's planning and zoning's OE budget. Starts on Q6.
Okay. Well, altogether, at least to start, I'm going to be presenting a total of 4 budgets, and there's a few others as well. First, planning and zoning. This budget is the same line by line as last year, and I believe the year before that. No increases, with the exception of one. We are going to be doing the township-wide master plan this year. It's required every 10 years. The last one was adopted in March 2006, so we have about a year. 2015 we'll be doing the master plan. We'll be doing that primarily in-house. I have requested in the budget, though, $30,000 in case there's the need for some special consulting services as part of the master plan. If the entire master plan was being done outside, it'd probably be in the neighborhood of probably 120,000. But again, we're going to be doing it. The goal is to do it entirely in-house, asking for some money just in case there's a need for some special services. Zoning board, the budget is exactly the same as last year. Both planning board and zoning board, as you've heard before, the majority of the budget, I believe about 90% of it, is to pay the attorneys. Those are obviously our critical services to those boards. And then the remainder of the budget is for required education for board members and staff. Historic Commission, I'll present that since I'm the official staff liaison. Similar story, same
And
budget.
that's AI, tab AI. And we're going to be in AI for a couple.
Just a minute. On the planning board, we had an update we did on the master plan where we changed the zoning in a few places, and you did bring in a consultant at that time.
Well, we've done a number of updates over the years. We've done area-specific. I think the last one was the southern area of town. We changed a bunch of the zoning in the quarry area, several hundred acres. And we've done a few other area-specific updates over the years, but we haven't done a comprehensive township-wide reevaluation and redo of the master plan, and again, that's required every 10 years.
Do you anticipate to be, extensive, or it's going to be, has it been incremental in the past so that this is going to be less extensive?
No, and I think that's exactly why we're doing it in-house. I think it's certainly something that we're capable of doing, both in terms of experience and resources. As needs as issues have arisen over the years, we've taken care of those. So no, we're certainly not starting from scratch by any means, but we do have to go through the process of updating it. And the reason for the 30,000 is because once you go into this, you never know what might come up. There may be the need for some services, so that's why we're asking for that.
A large portion of the master plan remains fairly static, other than updates every 10 years as it relates to statistical information and things like that. But I do want to say that while I appreciate Mark doing this in-house, and it is a great savings to the town,
Right.
we are kind of at a crossroads here as far as our master plan is concerned. And while I'm not going to say that there are going to be sweeping changes, there needs to be, and council over the next, probably 14 months, is going to have to be giving a considerable amount of consideration to exactly how we move forward in certain areas of the town, as far as at the northwest corner of the township in the Davidson Avenue,
Right.
Cottontail Lane areas, where we have many office buildings that have now been kind of deemed obsolete as we move forward. Now, these buildings built in the 70s and 80s are no longer able to be converted to uses that are traditional uses in that area, office space, because their technology has passed them by. There's a lot of these things that we'll have to look at, and that's part of this whole master plan review and recommendations that will come from Mark. And one of the things that Mark and I talked about with this $30,000 consultant contingency in his budget is, as we look forward with those areas, and the idea that maybe we might have to rethink old thoughts and rethink in new ways as we look to redevelop. And I hate to use that word because we're not talking about redevelopment in its technical legal sense in New Jersey, but as we look to redevelop those areas of the town and make them purposeful and useful again. So that's a big part of that $30,000 too.
Okay,
So,
great. So anyway, it's a bargain. Thank you.
I think so. I think it's a tremendous bargain. It's a wonderful thing to have a professional planner on staff. I appreciate it every day.
Mayor?
And we have the person who worked on the last two master plans as a consultant we have on the zoning board.
That's correct.
And then lastly, to address the issue of doing things, updating things as we've needed. Last year, we updated the open space and rec element of the master plan. That wasn't the rec needs. That was actually a separate document working with the open space committee and the planning board. So that's done. That section doesn't have to be redone. And I'm also separately working right now on the farmland preservation plan. Both that plan and the open space plan, both of those are the reason why I'm doing those. I did those separately. Those are required when we submit for funding from the state. You have to have those documents in place. So those are done. I think that wraps up. I think the council has it.
Yes. I'm sorry. You done, Councilman
Yeah.
Prasad? Okay. And I'm not sure if Councilman Prasad might have been referring to some of the zoning changes we've reviewed last year as we both and others work on land use committee. And those, I believe, as we were coming through this committee and some brought to council, were tweaking out and cleaning up stuff actually left from the last, or in conjunction with what the last master plan described, where we wanted to be. So would it be right to say we're going into this next round kind of up to date? We got the couple hot spots that Manager Vornlocker referred to, and I would imagine also, without getting into details, the Hamilton Street corridor would be another area where we kind of need to rethink. But overall, from our conversations with you in land use, we're pretty much where we're supposed to be relevant to our last master plan. Now it's just these elements we need to rethink.
Yes, there are not a lot of obvious open issues that need to be addressed. Again,
Good.
nonetheless, we need to go through the process. You mentioned Hamilton Street. That is also another area that's kind of on a separate track. Working with the Hamilton Street group, there are some zoning recommendations that are being considered out of that group. They've been discussed by the planning board that might require an area-specific master plan update, which may move on a kind of a parallel but separate.
Parallel with,
But perhaps on a
Separate trajectory.
separate track and perhaps adopted sooner than the larger master plan.
great. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Yes. I actually think it's very wise to put that money aside, having read that book that, about New Jersey after the suburbs. It's not exactly the title, but
Post-suburban New Jersey.
there you go. My thought was at some point, we'd need to bring in, this is a whole new thing that's happening out there, and no matter how well we've done up until now, the ground is shifting. So my thought was at some point, we might want to bring in the Blaustein School, some consultants from there. Not that you don't have the knowledge, but this is a shift of what's going on in the state.
Well, no, I don't have that knowledge. That's why, that's exactly,
Yeah.
if it's something evaluating the future market and,
Right.
economic forces, those are something you need a specialist for. I could not
Exactly.
do that, so that's
So I think it
possibly
was
what the money would
wise
go
to put in there.
And so Mark and I and several council members have attended several presentations related to this, post-suburban development of New Jersey and where we move forward. And we are not alone in our plight as it relates to our vacant office buildings and how we begin to, look at those areas of the township. And like the councilman said, there are other areas of the town. We do have a redevelopment area. We do have Hamilton Street. We do have the Route 27 corridor. There are just, it's a very all-encompassing thing, and that's why this master plan, and I have tried to emphasize that with council when I've had the opportunity, is a very, very, very vital one in the history of Franklin Township.
Yes.
This might be our most important one ever. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Right.
Yes, Councilman Regan?
I think these are all, great discussions. I think, though, if we need to have a special meeting just focusing on discussions about the master plan or that, we can table that as this aspect of the conversation. If we'd like to keep focusing on the budget exercise that we're here to do tonight and, try to stay on that path versus going down, trying to solve other problems. Because there clearly are. These are all very valid points, and I think we should just table them. Maybe if the township manager wants to take some notes on items that we can address at future meetings, but, I encourage us to kind of just stay focused on the budgetary exercise for tonight.
Okay,
Thank
so
you,
I'll,
Mr.
I'll-
Mayor.
Amen.
okay, so I'll move forward with the other
Right.
items.
Yep.
Historic Commission, the budget is about $2,500, same as last year, same as the year before. Basically, the majority of that is for continuing education for, required education for board members. Environmental Commission, $500. They do an awards program.
NJAC measure.
ANJAC membership. Again, $500 has been a pretty static budget for them. And then redevelopment, similarly, I don't know what page that is. but
it is under tab P is actually, the tab is called Economic Development. That is where we budget the money that is moved to the redevelopment agency. So,
And that, they've requested a stipend of $40,000. That's their budget, same as the year before, and I believe the year before that. The vast majority of that money is to pay for the legal services to the agency, with the remainder being education requirements that are required of agency members.
then I have one other surprise on Mark. We're just going to throw in at this time, since Mark has some involvement there as well. Under the AI tab is also the Shade Tree Commission budget, which is a whopping $250. It's been $250 for the last several years, and it's to cover some incidental seminars and training costs for members of the Shade Tree Commission. most of the Shade Tree Commission's work is funded out of the Shade Tree Trust, which is money that comes from developers to plant trees. So this is just for that purpose of training. So, any questions about Mark's budgets?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. We're up to the tax assessor, Richard Carabelli.
And that would be tab M, like Mary.
Good evening. Basically, I guess since I took the position here back in '09, my budget has been rather stagnant, either up a couple thousand or down a couple thousand. What we're projecting for 2015 is actually $3,600 less than last year. Most of that is in our professional consulting fees, which are our expert appraisers for state tax court and the like. At the top of the first description, account 22, and it's sort of tied to 23 as well. It's postage, printing, and binding. These are the statutory required assessment notices, which everyone probably received. If you didn't get it yesterday, you probably got it in today's mail. The printing and mailing of the annual assessment notices. Also, the binding is the tax list, which we just picked up from the county, and they're available both in the collector's office and the assessment office as well. The third item is our appraisal and consulting fees. They sort of fluctuate. It's kind of hard to nail that one down, but I think our request of $120,000 for 2015, I think we're sort of zeroing in on what a reasonable expectation would be for that account based on the volume of work we have before the state tax court. And the rest of the accounts, we're not really don't add up to a whole heck of a lot. Books and publications, they're the manuals that are required, or not required, but necessary for the operation of our office. They're renewed each and every year. Conferences, meetings, and education. I have one staff member who, in order to keep his designation as a certified tax assessor, my deputy Carl, he has to take required amount of courses each and every year. So that's for his training and ongoing educational requirements. Clothing and uniform, I have 3 inspectors, and by their union agreement, excuse me, are entitled to $250 a piece. I don't think we've ever even come close to that, and you can see that total $750. We spent just over $300, but I keep the $750 in there just in case they're going to take advantage of that stipend. Professional association fees, that's the Carl's CTA's dues, as well as the membership dues in the Somerset County Association. And that about wraps it up.
Are there any questions?
Mr. Mayor, the appraiser consultant, 120,000. So when you go to a tax appeal, I assume what this is you can't be the appraiser. You have to get an outside appraiser.
That's, you know, it's, I guess it's more perception than anything. I'd be there defending my own assessment. It's, you know, I do it on the smaller cases. I don't engage a professional, but I think that perception-wise, it's better to have an outside opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Regan first.
Thank you. So, as following up on Councilman Kramer's questioning online. Oh, sorry. Usually it's not an issue hearing me. So does this include the fees associated with the attorneys that we pay when?
No.
That's
That's under your legals that we'll talk about later tonight.
That's all on the legal.
Yep, this is just the operating, the operating budget, for lack of a better term, of the office. Any legal representation for the township is under the legal services lines in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Prasad?
Well, that was my question.
Yeah, okay.
But
Oh, you'll ask them then.
even the legal fluctuates, it's a follow-up to your thought. The legal also fluctuates with the number of cases and appeals that you have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, thanks.
Councilman Chase?
Well, now, I'm very concerned at how much we've had to pay in tax appeal refunds this last year, and I gather it's likely to remain high next year. And I guess this is really covering a number of tax years. I mean, why didn't you reduce your assessments when everything was going down because we were having a recession? And a particular point is, yeah, people would have paid less taxes then. Perhaps somebody else would have had to pay more taxes, but it would have been less Board of Education taxes, and somebody else would have had to pay the Board of Education taxes. But now we have to pay back essentially what we'd handed over to the Board of Education, so that it's costing us much more money than it would have if you had reduced the assessments during the recession.
Well, Dr. Chase, if I could just make a general observation. One is I don't want to get too far into our negotiation strategies, but we have made it a practice to step down the values in properties, assuming that that's warranted. If we have a $50 million assessment and the property sells for $10 million, that's quite a bit of a step down. And we've had occasions, in fact, I was in Ms. Moody's office this morning and discussed maybe 7 or 8 properties that have sold within those parameters. So do we look at the assessments every year? Yes. Are they adjusted every year? I would say probably 30% of them are. We're actually required, as part of the reassessment program, to adjust at least 50% of the properties, but I'm saying 30% maybe of the higher-end properties or commercial properties that you're probably referring to. But I think some of it even goes to the strategy of how, a lot of these are in court. We have properties that are very similar where one property owner or several property owners, look at the properties globally, so there's some trickle down. It isn't really a cut and dried. I know exactly what you're saying, and it's probably the biggest dilemma that an assessor has. Do you just lower it and, say to the court, well, it was 20% off, and then could have been 30 or 40% off. So we do look at step downs, and you could see, I know you look at the resolutions that come through for settlements. Typically, you see a step down in value. You don't see a huge jump, and then a leveling off. We try to take it gradually down, but your point is well taken. The disadvantage that we have because of the tremendous backlog in the state tax court, I mean, they're looking at some 60,000 cases. We have multiple year appeals. We're negotiating one that goes back to '07. So, and we know that once that notice came out yesterday or today, that there's going to be an appeal for 2015. So most of them are 3 and 4 years appeals. Some of them are up at 6 and 7 years. So once you look at a reduction for that time period Plus, if you go to court, one of the other things that we were hit with on the refund that you're alluding to, and I'm certainly aware of what you're talking about, we also got hit with the statutory interest, which is significant. So I don't think there's any clear-cut way to do it. I think we look at each case individually, and we do what we think is in the best interest of the town.
Hopefully, things are going up now, but, this is a real, a significant hit in the budget.
Mr. Mayor?
Particularly because we're, in effect, paying back the Board of Ed share, too, which is a much bigger share than council share.
Deputy Mayor Francois?
I'm going to keep in line with what Councilman Regan said as far as our discussions, but I think we do need to look and review your tax assessment strategies. And because we have had significant appeal settlements that have had major volatility in our budget. So I'm thinking perhaps maybe we need to have him come to one of our financial oversight subcommittees, and we need
There's discussions about both financial oversight and council as a whole. So yes.
It's definitely something that we need to take a look at.
Yes. So the answer is
Executive
yes.
session, however you want to do it.
Yes, it's already being.
It is a big area of concern for us.
And in fairness to Councilman Chase and the deputy mayor, it is a budgetary issue.
It is a
because
budgetary issue.
we do budget money for tax appeals, and it's a significant number.
Right.
So therefore, I think it's a valid question from both of you. And so, but the aspect of philosophy and strategy are ones that we can certainly discuss at a different venue, and we will.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Prasad?
Yeah, I just was wanting to make a comment that, in general, though, your assessments reflect what you think is the market value, and it has nothing to do with our budget or our rate of taxation. That is a separate spending that we have to raise the money accordingly. So
That's correct.
The rate may vary, but not the assessment. Assessment is independent of.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
Right.
The bottom line is we have to raise a certain amount of money through taxation.
Right.
And that is solely
the rate.
dependent on just the ratio that each individual taxpayer pays. Their small chunk of that big giant number is how that is a ratio of their assessment. And that's really, if you look at it that way, the same amount of money will be raised regardless of if a property, one in particular, is assessed at $100 or $1,000 or $1 million. It's just shared differently among the others that pay tax.
Because,
yes.
I mean, personally, I've seen the value of my home go down with the down market and go up as with the up market. So you're keeping up with it. So
Well, we look at all the properties, all the neighborhoods individually each and every year.
Right.
And that is, and the fact is that not all municipalities do that.
Right.
And that so then reflects a much more fair way of assessment because it is looked at annually so that things don't sit for long periods of time without reassessment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll move on to the police. Chief Roberts and Kristen Durham.
Tab T, like Thomas. You may. So, as is customary at these budget hearings, the Chief of Police has his annual report to hand out to you all tonight. I would like to just interject here in keeping in line with what both Councilman Regan has said and what the Deputy Mayor has said. I would ask you to take those lovely, colorful books and put them off to the side tonight. And take your time in reviewing them. Yes. And on March 10th, at a regular council meeting, Chief Roberts will be there in attendance to answer all your questions regarding the annual report of the police department. And we will stay focused on the budget this year. So if you'll have questions about them, which I'm sure you all will, we'll have ample time on March 10th when we have him in front of you again. And so the budget on tab T
I know none of you could have any questions, though, so we're good.
Tab T is where we begin our police department budgets, and I believe if you get to T3 is where the OE budget, the actual police OE budget starts. So, Chief, if you can grab that microphone. Lieutenant, if you could grab the one next to you.
Where it starts, I just want to start by thanking council again for all your support with everything in the police department throughout the year. It was another good year, and like Bob said, once we meet at the council meeting on the 10th, I'll take any questions and I'll go over with you all the significant cases and investigations that took place, and you'll be able to ask me questions on them. And I also want to thank Lieutenant Durham, because even though I am responsible for the budget, she does prepare it. I'm going to let her get the practice and go over it with you, but I just want to say it's the same budget as last year. We didn't ask for increases in any places. It's the same flatline budget, so there's no increase in the police department budget this year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Durham.
As you can see before you, our budgets are the police operating budget. We also have a dispatch budget, as well as animal control and emergency management. As the chief said, all of the budgets are really the same as they were last year. Any questions, I don't know, that you may have of it, we might just want to do that. We answered some questions in the Financial Oversight Committee. But as far as any questions you may have, I can answer hopefully anything you need to know.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Prasad?
But the volume of cases has gone up, yet you're holding your spending flat line.
Yes, it has. We when we buy equipment and stuff, Kristen does a good job in conjunction with other division commanders, and we try to buy on state contract, and we try to buy in bulk if we can for certain materials we need. And we are the biggest PD, of course, in the county. We have the biggest detective bureau. It's bigger than most of the police departments. And they're pretty good with using the equipment, and I will admit technology has come a long way. That's when we ask for this, some of the bigger ticketed items, and you do say yes to them. In the long run, they do save us a lot of money. Like the live scan machines, you don't need ink anymore, you don't need the fingerprint cards. So in the long run, the township is saving money, Councilman.
Doing more with less.
Oh, and a lot we're doing too, under training. We're sending a lot more officers. I said to them, which is nice, we have a lot of younger, more aggressive officers now that want to learn and get trained. So what we're doing is I tell them I'll be more than happy to send them to the schools if they find the free ones. And they've been doing a good job. There's a lot of grant money out there from Homeland Security, so they'll come into a region of New Jersey, maybe Union County Police Academy as example, and for 2 days they'll offer, like terrorism type training, and we'll take advantage of all the free training. So that's what we're trying to do there, and we're trying to get discounts where we can. If it's out of county training, we try to send more than one officer, see if we can get a discount. And the biggest thing, every year we host the Sergeant Stein, who's the head of our firearms unit. We'll do like the Colt Armorers class. Well, that's a $900 class. Since we host it in our building, Colt gives us 2 free spots. So all our machine guns, our armors are getting trained for free, and that's $1,800 that's saving the town. So that's what we're trying to do to work with everybody and with the budget.
So actually, you hit the nail on the head. It's do more with less, and in fact, the police department does that. And
We heard about the batteries too.
Yeah, we heard. Yeah, they get the batteries. It's funny. On the police budget, I have a little bit of familiarity with the police budget, and in calendar year 2015, you see a $319,000 operating budget for the police department, and it actually reflects a decrease from 2014, and that's all related to cash that was budgeted in last year's budget for the $26,100 for the purchase of a car, which we're not purchasing out of cash. Where there are no cars. There are SUVs later. We'll talk in capital, but there are no cars being purchased by the police department this year. So we are able to reduce it down to keep that budget flat. I'm going to interject this now. In 2000 and I'm going to go back a little bit here. 2005, the police budget alone was over $600,000. for operating. I recall that because it was the first budget that I ever touched as a police officer in the police department. So the fact that that $600,000 budget and the staffing in the police department was equivalent to what it is now in 2005, the fact that it is nearly 50% of what that operating budget was in 2005 is I think, really a credit to the police department. They have really done a fantastic job of doing more with less, and this budget truly is something that shows that you can run a first-class operation and not have it cost millions of dollars in operating expenses. So this is something that you should be proud of.
One other thing, Bob, if I could add, which we do on piggybacking on what you said in Councilman Prasad's question, like, for example, we have a state-of-the-art global positioning system in every police car now that goes out there. We could tell how long it's idling, where it is, where it was, where it's going. We could tell everything. It works by GPS and by Google Earth. That was $13,000, but we use drug seizure money. So what I'm trying to do is, too, the bigger ticket items, since we do have someone on loan on the Narcotic Strike Force, the prosecutor has been very good with me in the seizure money he gives me and what he lets me use it for, other than the guidelines. So the bigger ticket items, if I can, I try to use seizure money. Now, with seizure money, so everybody knows, you just can't buy anything. You have to get it approved by him, but that he approved. So ultimately, it's state-of-the-art for the town, and it works. It's a safety mechanism. It's also a mechanism for us to know, and it was free, $13,000, and we waited to get the upgraded system because there's no more. What it does is, it's like the in-car video. Everything, when the car gets close, everything downloads to a computer. Just like with our inboard card systems, there's no more changing of tapes, no human hands touching it. It runs by, when the cars get within 500 feet, a satellite and GPS system downloads all the information. So we're trying to do more with less that way too, using drug seizure money whenever I can.
Okay, any questions on the police OE budget? Because then we'll just move. Dispatch budget is under tab U. It's U2 is the dispatch budget. Lieutenant?
Could I ask you a question?
Don't do it, don't do it.
Just say what it was and I stopped.
Can I ask a question before you go forward? Are we on, back at the 224010-026?
On the police budget, okay. Which line is it, Councilman?
Line number 2. Line number 2. I'm gonna pick on Justin for a minute because I see him in the back.
Line number on the 240 budget. Oh, which is the far left column? What number? 26. You said
Yeah,
equipment
26.
repair and maintenance, including copiers.
Right.
Okay.
It's a dumb question here. Does that come out of Justin's budget? Because I see everyone's
No.
got their own little thing there, and I wondered if we all had that in one little,
The copiers are state contract leases,
Done deal.
so it doesn't matter where it gets budgeted. It's just they get budgeted in individual departments.
We good.
Okay, back to you, Kristen.
Our dispatch budget, again, is really the same as it was in 2014. Our biggest expense out of there is for all of our radio system. You'll see for maintenance and repair, that's really the major chunk of our budget here. That's keeping our whole, it also has to do with services of our generators. We keep our power supplies up in case of a power failure, our radio system, car-to-car, dispatch, 911 system. That really is the bulk of our dispatch budget, so that's why that is the way it is. And again, we have some education and training in there. If there are any new telecommunicators that are hired, they need to be certified, certain areas. We've been lucky that another way to save money was one of the telecommuters we have now is actually, he's an instructor, so he can certify new personnel that come in. So that's at least, $500 to $1,000 if we had to send them to a school to be certified, so we kind of save on that. Any
questions on the dispatch budget? I just want to add that that 173.5 under that maintenance and repair of other equipment for 026, as the lieutenant said, is almost all comprised of the contract with Motorola to maintain our radio system, and the police department budgets that in their budget, but it is the radio system that serves all of emergency services in Franklin Township, so fire, first aid, and police, as well as our public works and all of our other departments within the town, such as construction, code, and engineering. So that's an expense in the police budget, but it is the entire radio system for the entire township.
Just a quick question. The telephone charges disappeared after 2013. Where'd they go to?
If you look at the underlying sub-pages, I think it'll probably show that cost was moved to a different budget.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the page now. And if it's, you know what, it doesn't even have a page anymore.
Right.
That $4,500 from 2013, it was eliminated in 14, so it wasn't in the 14 budget either. And I'm sure that it was we pay telephone line bills for the radio system that I'm sure were shifted into a different account. It's not that it went away so much as it was moved. And the next tab then will be also under U. I'm sorry, it's V. I take that back. Emergency management.
Bob?
Yes.
Sorry, just before you go on, you said all the radio maintenance and repair is on that 026 at 173.5.
That's correct.
Okay, so what exactly is the radio maintenance police OEM on the next page of 146,000, number 5?
Excuse me? No.
Page U3?
U3 is the sub-page to you're looking at the cover page.
Okay, got it.
U2,
So then that's
and
included.
sub-page
Okay.
of U3.
Got it. Just making sure it wasn't seen it twice.
All right, so V7 is emergency management. Lieutenant?
Sounding redundant, once again, this was also flatlined the same as it was 2014. Fortunately, we didn't have to really go into this. It was the emergency management's obviously for, when we had a storm or a major event in the township where we need to have all our emergency management personnel in, and obviously that's not something we like to do very often, so we did not have to use that last year. So again, it's more for just in preparation in case we need to use it again in 2015.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Regan?
so where are we putting, in case there is another hurricane and we have to have folks here and food and...
It's my budget.
That's out of...
That's the contingency budget in case of emergency.
Okay.
And there's a pretty big number we'll talk about later that's in my budget.
Very good. Yeah, just...
Any other questions?
Are we going to talk?
Okay, we're good with OEM? We're going to go to animal control.
We're not done.
We got one more OE budget, and that's animal control under tab W.
Right.
Then we're going to talk about personnel.
Good.
So go ahead, Lieutenant.
The animal control budget's the same as in 2015 as it was in 2014. Katie over in the shelter there really does an amazing job of keeping costs low. She's able to get a lot of donations, do fundraisers, use the second chance, and Easton have a lot of the vet fees. They're able to work with her and keep costs as low as they can. So again, this was able to be kept the same as it was last year. I don't know if you have any questions about that.
I just have one comment, but 1 second.
Okay. Do you have a figure for if it wasn't for second chance?
That's where I was. That's my comment. I just wanted to tell
I want the public to hear that. we
our
have it.
public works manager to turn the heat on because I'm starting to get cold.
That's what
It's cold in here.
And so that, yeah.
The air conditioner.
So that's why I just called him over here, and that's why so the answer is anywhere between $80,000 and $120,000 a year in operating expenses in our shelter are covered through donations or donations in cash, donations in material, either by Second Chance Direct or members of the public. If you notice in that budget, we don't pay for food. That's a huge expense that we have not paid for in years because it's all done through donations. So yes, the number has been put at somewhere between $80,000 and $120,000 annually. That Second Chance and their volunteers and others save us.
Thank you. I wanted the public to hear that, and besides, one way the public can lower the cost is by doing what Mayor Kelly is pushing for, adopt an animal, but also when you see those Second Chance people with their can out, that's where that money goes, and give generously. Thank you.
I'll second that motion.
I'm sure you will, Mayor, and I'll third it all you have to do is take a walk over to the shelter and see the work that they do and the number of animals there. And as a proud owner of a rescue dog, I will tell you, go and rescue an animal. So the last bit of the police budget to discuss is actually, if we go back to tab T, in the beginning of tab T is the salary budget for the police department.
So before we go to that, if I could just comment, the biggest department we have is the police, and they've kept that budget flat. That's a huge help to us. We appreciate that, and that doesn't come easily. That's a lot of pencil sharpening. So thank you for that.
So the salary budget, while this particular sheet does not reflect the discussions, the overall budget numbers do. As a result of, and in fact, first Councilman Regan approached me. The Hamilton Street Advisory Board has met on a number of occasions since council kind of took over that responsibility. I guess it's probably about 6 or 8 months ago now. And we have met regularly, and there have been a number of discussions about the needs of Hamilton Street. And as a result of those meetings, at the most recent meeting, it was discussed that there was in fact a need to address a police presence on Hamilton Street, and the need for a police presence, not necessarily in direct relation to any increases or spikes in crime, but just that there was a desire among the business owners and the customers who visit those businesses to see a visible uniformed police presence. And so I was contacted by Councilman Regan. I told him that I agreed that as a member of the advisory board that I felt strongly the same, and that I would work up numbers to talk about what it would cost to increase the staffing in the police department to allow for a uniform presence to be dedicated to Hamilton Street. I had a conversation with the chief of police. Luckily, and I think that not by coincidence, the chief and I were at one time partners in a neighborhood police team on Hamilton Street, so I think we bring to the table very similar thoughts on this particular subject. And it was not a long conversation that I had with the chief of police, and he was in full support of it. And so we went to financial oversight with the thought that at the very least we would look at a minimum of 2 additional police officers as a possibility for the police department, so that the chief could then form a community policing unit directly targeting the Hamilton Street Business District. There was discussion at the financial oversight meeting. The council members on financial oversight both felt that, if we were going to do this, we should do this as we committed to Hamilton Street when we took this responsibility on, and that 4 would then allow us to have 7-day a week, 365-day a year presence on Hamilton Street. And so we've included 4 new police officers in the budget, which means now as we discussed at the budget hearing on Monday, we go from a flat municipal budget from 14 to 15 to an increase of about $125,000 over what the municipal budget was for 14, which equates to about a 0.22% increase in appropriations for the year. I'll turn this over to the chief if you have questions regarding that particular request. The request is more of an all-encompassing one, not necessarily coming from the chief. It's coming from the chief, it's coming from myself, and it's coming from financial oversight and the Hamilton Street Advisory Board, most importantly. So, Chief?
Can I just jump in there before the chief jumps in there? And I appreciate our financial oversight and all the great things there, but I'm going to ask this question. You're going to put more police in my neighborhood, right? And my question would be, are you putting police in my neighborhood because of specific crime? Are you putting it in my neighborhood because specific businesses asked you to? Because if that's the case, if I live on Elizabeth Avenue and I ask you for more police, would you and could you hire a new police officer to go on Elizabeth Avenue? Could you hire a new police officer 24/7 to go on Eastern Avenue? So I just don't want, and I love my colleagues, to just up and say, well, let's drop a cop over there on Hamilton Street to protect all the business on Hamilton Street. I might be a little off or something of that nature, because my residents are going to ask me, well, if they can do Hamilton Street, well, are we talking all of the 4th Ward, the 2nd Ward, the 1st Ward, the 3rd Ward, the 5th Ward? I'm going to go down the road with that, and I'm going to listen to your comments. I have no problem with the police, but I just don't want them dropped in my neighborhood and just dropped in and, where's everybody else at?
Well, I'll answer that question, and I'll answer it pretty succinctly here. There is a perception, and it has been identified by the business owners and residents of Hamilton Street, that there is a perception that that particular portion of Franklin Township has safety issues and that people won't go there because they have a perception that they will be unsafe. You asked me the question, is there any particular crimes? The reality is that while there are no particular crimes, the police department allocates their manpower, and I'm not going to speak for the chief here, but I will speak as the township manager. The police department allocates its manpower as dictated by activity. And so therefore, if the police chief and the police department feel that additional personnel on Hamilton Street will curtail activity that's been deemed, at the very least, as impacting quality of life for those people who live there and who have businesses there, then that's the responsible thing for the chief of police to do. And in this particular case, in the 30 years that I've been employed here as a township employee, 27 of them with the police department, the Hamilton Street corridor from Franklin Boulevard through to New Brunswick has been frequently by the people who live there, people who work there, as in need of additional police officers. This is not anything new. This has been ongoing, and I'm sure it predates me. This request came directly from the advisory board that was formed to represent those business owners and homeowners along Hamilton Street in the 4th and 5th Ward in that improvement district. It was identified by them through survey, and it was identified by them through public meetings. This is in response to that request from them. The requests have come from other groups in town and in other geographic locations from time to time, and the police departments historically has allocated manpower based on need. And that means that some areas of the town that have less demand for police services receive police officers in lesser numbers. That's the nature of police work. That's how law enforcement works. You put your police officers where they're needed the most. And that means that sometimes people, while they may say, I never see a police officer, you like to be able to say the reason why you never see a police officer is because there's not a demand for them in your particular neighborhood. So that, and I don't want to sound defensive, Councilman, but that's been the way that this police department has operated for as long as I've been associated with it. So that's the purpose behind this allocation of manpower to Hamilton Street, to work with the residents, to work with the business owners in a one-on-one community policing setting, to work towards improving the quality of life issues that exist according to the people who live there and own buildings and businesses there.
All I have to say is I got two eyes and I'm wide awake on that one, okay? Because I just don't want to see us willy-nilly. Yes, there's a crime problem, but I want to find out. You just said community policing, community activity. Okay, the councilman sitting over here. We'll just wait and see how it goes. I'm more than happy to jump in on that boat. I represent the people in the 4th Ward, but I just don't want to throw out the words and another year has gone by and we still haven't done anything. It's that perception, as you said earlier. And if nothing happens, that perception, it just keeps snowballing down the road and nothing materializes out of that. But that's a whole nother ball game. Mr. Chief of Police, go right ahead.
No, Councilman Wright, I was just going to say, I think you know me pretty well. I'll make sure that the community policing programs are done. I'll make sure that the officers interact with the residents down there, listen to their concerns, and do everything we can to make the quality of life issues better. Like I am one of the people that watch the council meetings on TV. And I know, I'm saying, like, in the summer, I know Mr. Tibbs will come up a lot and talk about the pool, and the kids are down there from the rec program, but they're scared to get in the pool because you have the people in the park either dealing drugs or walking through or yelling things at them and giving them a hard time. That, like, to me, is a quality of life issue. So what we would do is, when I have the extra, because the sector car that's there has to handle the caseload, what we'll do is we'll ensure, just as an example, that there's a team of neighborhood police team officers down there, and they will deal, that's a quality of life issue, and they will deal with it. They'll make sure that everybody's safe, the rec program's safe, the citizens are safe, the kids, I'm just giving examples. They'll interact with the seniors in Parkside, go to their meetings, see what their concerns are. That whole area, they'll meet with the business owners. You know, we'll use various methods, whether it's walking, bicycles, the car, to make sure that the whole area is covered.
One more
Yes, ma'am.
comment I want to make. When you do community policing, you also can expand that to other parts of the township. It doesn't necessarily have to be dedicated to that area. Is that
Absolutely,
correct?
absolutely, Councilwoman Francois.
Want to expand on that a little bit?
Yes, I mean, you know, let's be honest, if any council member or the mayor or anybody, you know, Bobby, were to get a phone call, I'm just using an example, I'll use an example in area Hempstead, I'm just using that as an example, and the people saying, you know, at midnight, there's a lot of loitering going on. I feel the people playing loud music. Yes, we could target that. We'll know, the supervisor will know. We're getting the complaints. We'll document everything, and we will go there. So, yes, we will go to other areas, and we will interact with other groups, with the seniors. They'll give lectures, prevention of crime, what to look out for. It'll be a whole, complete unit. So, yes, we will go to other parts, ma'am.
Councilman Prasad.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The policing plan is actually demand-driven, and it is Hamilton Street, to Councilman Wright's point, is not being zeroed because of the demand. It's more the perception and the Hamilton Street merchants requesting it, saying there's a perception, let's overcome it and move beyond that to revitalize Hamilton Street. That's the whole purpose of it. But the chief does a great job of, you know, watching the crime statistics and anticipating and eliminating a lot of the, so we haven't seen much of a spike.
The chief and I are definitely on the same page.
Right. So, thank you.
You know, like other community policing programs, like Councilwoman Francois brought up, that, like today, we brought back, and the officers volunteer for it. That's why we were able to bring back the PACER program in Pine Grove Manor School, where the officers, there'll be a news, it should be online by now, but there was a press release. That's when the officers go and read with the kids, interact, listen, you know, interact with them. We brought it back. I did that because I had officers that were willing to volunteer to do it. But when, we stop the community policing, that's just, you want to try to help out every group, mainly, every age, all across the line here, and there's various programs we could do, and that's just an example. Think what we could do if we had 4 officers to do it. And also there is a, crime fighting tool there too. You listen to the business owners and you deal with the problems. So this way maybe more people will go there to shop and patronize the area.
I've never heard anything negative about a community policing program.
No.
Not in Franklin Township or anywhere in the United States.
No.
I remember when I was mayor and you guys would go around on your bicycles and went around the neighborhood.
That's
Everybody
what
knew
we're
who
doing.
you were. The kids liked you. You knew the parents. You knew everybody in the neighborhood. It was a win-win for everybody. People felt safe. The perception was that, Franklin Township as a whole, the perception of us being a township where we didn't have a lot of crime. I mean, there was so many positives that came out of that. You had a lot of community programs that you implemented at that time, and certainly the program itself was used throughout the township
Yes.
whenever it was needed. So I don't see anything negative about this. I also think that given the fact that the Hamilton Street people asked for it, and we've taken over that initiative, and it's time for us to do something very, very positive in that area. I think it's a great thing. I think it's a win-win. And I know you will administer that program to the best of your ability.
Yes, I will. Thank you. I absolutely will. And I'll make sure they're high visibility. And I will be more than happy. Councilman Wright made the comment to come back a year from now and give you results. I would absolutely. Sometimes results can't be driven in numbers, statistics, because I don't think statistics paint the right picture when it comes to community policing. You'll know by the business owners and the community groups and the kids or the adults and the impact we've had. And I'll keep, notes on everything, and I'll be more than happy to report back to see the progress of where the program is going to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. This has also been a year when nationally, there has been tension between police and communities. Now, our police department has a very good record and a very good rapport with them, but strengthening that as community policing can only work in our favor. If
I could just expand on that for the State
Better
Chiefs
you
Executive
expand
Board.
than
I'm on the committee that went to Silo Baptist Church in Trenton after the Ferguson incident to meet with the United States Attorney and the NAACP and a bunch of other groups throughout the state. And the number one theme was people march, people protest, but then nothing's done. And I had worked when we had the meeting at First Baptist Church in conjunction with Pastor Soares. He's right, because he goes all over the country and speaks about this. Matter of fact, I spoke to him today. And we did that and we answered. We were transparent. Transparency and reaching out is the core root of community policing. There's got to be a trust there. The community has to trust you, and you have to get out in the community. And this, we could be proud to say in Franklin, we're going out there, we're doing it, we're going into the community. And that's what you have to do. And, there are a lot of grant money's dried up for this. When you look at the community-oriented policing grant now, we apply for it every year and the big cities get it. They're more just to hire laid-off police officers for road patrol. There's really no more grant money for just community policing because the government doesn't have it. And I think, like Councilman Kramer said, this is a good first step. It keeps us involved with the community. I try hard now as the chief. I mean, we go out there, I'll bring Lieutenant Durham or the deputy chief, and we'll meet with various church groups, we'll go to services, but we can only do so much. This gives us the opportunity to really get out there.
So,
Just one.
oh,
Go ahead.
real quick, just in clarity, and I appreciate Councilman Wright's comments, Councilman Kramer's, and Councilwoman Francois. It's not necessarily about any specific statistics. Community policing in general is an issue around the country, and if there are other spots of concern, the chief can redistribute as needed. I just want to clarify here, this isn't necessarily something new. This is something that we had before, and it worked well. Through good times, bad times, it worked well. We had major layoffs and cutbacks with the recession we don't need to get into details of. This thing got knocked out. This isn't just something that came up 6 months ago. Through 3 administrations, I think we're on our 4th in the Hamilton, at least the 10-year history I've been involved.
this has always been a desire, it's always been appreciated, and it's always been wanted. And public safety, it's come across a few times, it was budgetary issues. It was taken away because we have to deal with the realities of the budget. But community policing has always been a benefit in that area, from what I understand. It's not going to do everything, it's not going to change and make everything perfect, but the interaction can be a very helpful element of generating economic development there and a better quality of life for people who deserve it, the residents. So without getting into all the details, maybe you can talk a little bit more when we meet on in March and you elaborate. But as far as budget, I just want people to correct me if I'm wrong. This is something that had been there, had been taken away with the idea that it would come back. I wish it came back a couple years ago, but it's all coming together now. And if this passes, we'll have that community police an element that we used to have, and hopefully.
When myself and Bobby were in it, I don't want to say how long ago, because then you're going to say we're getting old. But there was 8 officers and a supervisor in it. And you saw the fruits of the labor with all that. And I think 4 is a good number to start with, because we'll be able to give the residents what they deserve down there, but not just there, the rest of the town. If somebody like Councilman Regan happens to call his area, we could deal with something there. It all depends, what's needed at the time.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
at the risk of prolonging this conversation, unfortunately I will. I do want to state, though, what we're talking about now and adding, I agree it falls under the topic of community policing, but it's in the response to the Hamilton Street Advisory Board Committee that this council has made an investment in and made a priority. The focus of the additional police will be to support that area and that advisory board, and based upon the feedback we've come from this. This really isn't going to be, add more, and if they want them out at Elizabeth, they need them there. Because I don't want to first, go back on the commitment, what we're trying to make to the Hamilton Street Advisory Board, and then also mislead, by other people thinking, well, now the merchants over here are going to, there is a vision we have for this town, and we collectively as council have determined the Hamilton Street business area to be a very significant area that we want to put investment in. And this investment is for this initiative. If for some reason we need to change that or reallocate, I believe that would need a different conversation or an additional conversation. But what we are talking about now is in a very specific response to the request. And I see it personally, as Councilman Regan, who is also a member of the Hamilton Street Advisory, as an investment in that commitment.
To respond to that, Council, I know exactly what you're looking for, and I know exactly what to implement. Don't worry, I know what the vision is, and I know where we're going with this. And I will report back a year from, just so we all, and I'll be reporting too. In fairness, we have a representative, the deputy chief will be going to every Hamilton Street Advisory Committee meeting, and once we get it up and running, we will be giving updates to where we're at in the progress of anything and feedback from the Hamilton Street Advisory Board.
That's great. Councilman Prasad?
Just 2 points. One, in spite of the community policing not being there, the chief has actually been very proactive in reaching out to the community, whether it was the churches and getting them ready in case of any mishaps, or even the schools. He was proactive in drilling them and getting them ready. So that proactiveness has actually paid off, and thank God we haven't had any instances, and touch wood, but a lot of that credit goes to the chief for being proactive about it. And finally, the one comment I do have is that the police budget is sharper this time, because Lieutenant Durham has a sharper pencil than the guy who used to do it before.
I don't know about that. She learned everything she knows from me, Councilman, so I won't go down that road. And I'll also say that while I sit here and say that the chief of police and I did community policing together, when he doesn't want to say how long ago, that so did Lieutenant Durham. She was a member of that unit as well. And so there's a lot to be said for your command staff in your police department and what their roots are and where their careers
She was a
led them.
first-year rookie.
Yeah, she was, absolutely.
I just want to add one other thing. Thank you, Councilman Prasad, for those comments, but I want to thank the men and women in the other building, because while I set the course, and they're the ones that go out there every day and do it, and I'm lucky because now being on the State Chiefs Executive Board, I get to travel all over the state and really see what departments and administrations are like, and I got to say I'm lucky, because I have good squared away officers that do care, that most of all, everybody knows the one thing I preach is you got to be respectful to the public no matter what. That's my pet peeve. And they are respectful. And you see how well we're not on the cover of any newspaper for anything bad. It's always nice things. So I just want to give the credit to the men and women in the other building. And again, thank you all for your support, like I said in the beginning, because it's nice to have a council you could work with and, seize the goals of what we're trying to accomplish. I really appreciate it.
Well said. Are there any further questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
Thank
Chief.
you for your
Lieutenant.
time. Thank you
Thank you, Lieutenant.
very much.
That's actually, Kathy just brought up a good point. There are capital requests from the chief, from the police department. Do you want to just talk about them in the
Yeah.
capital part of the budget, or would you like to talk to them
Well, we
now?
have 'em here.
Because certainly, I know the lieutenant is prepared to just go over them with you now, so we can do that.
Sure.
You would need me, I could have left.
So you thought you were off the hook, huh? Keep it
What
going.
What tab
We
are we?
know that.
What tab?
Capital is under tab 4, at the very back of the book. So it's the last section of the budget book. And I would say probably the easiest place for you to go is on page 4. Let's see here. 4.3, I'm just making 426. Right, 4-26, towards the very end. I'm sorry, 425 we'll start with vehicles. Capital request vehicles on page 4-25 is the summary page. The police department is the third department down on that list. So, Lieutenant, you want to tell us why we're getting new vehicles?
Sure. And our capital, compared to, since I've been doing it and since I was trained by you, is actually very low compared to what we usually ask for. We're asking for 6 vehicles, one of them being an unmarked vehicle for the Detective Bureau. Another, the 4 SUVs for the road, and lastly, a SUV, so more, it's an Expedition, it's a Ford Expedition. That is for our ESU unit, which is our emergency services unit, which runs 24 hours a day. The chief has also just recently allowed officers to be trained in that as well. So there's going to be additional officers in that unit, meaning those SUVs, those trucks we have are just running constantly. So we're looking to replace. These are all replacements, these vehicles. They are not adding to the fleet, they were replacements. And just to use, for example, that Expedition for the ESU unit, that's got almost 140,000 miles on it. And it's got some service, and we've been working with Public Works to kind of determine the amount, service fees to the vehicles compared to mileage and what it should be replaced in our fleet. And working with Carl, we've kind of come up with the list. That was these 6 vehicles. Definitely the most important one being the ESU truck, that Expedition.
So if I could just interject there, what the lieutenant is alluding to is actually something that came out of the Financial Oversight Committee about a little over a year and a half ago, when Financial Oversight discussed a way to evaluate the police fleet from a financial standpoint and look at repairs and cost per mile for usage on these higher mileage vehicles, and when it became apparent that replacement of the vehicle was more cost effective than maintaining a vehicle that ran up high dollar figures as far as repairs are concerned. We'll talk about that later in the DPW discussions as it relates to capital, some capital requests, and how we're going to try to do that moving forward with not only the police fleet, but with the entire municipal fleet of vehicles. But in this particular case, what was done is we've kept track of all costs related to repairs of vehicles in the police fleet for a year, and the number of miles, and basically attributed a cost per mile to those particular vehicles in the fleet for a year. And based on the highest dollar figures associated with parts, vehicles in the fleet, those vehicles were identified by the chief mechanic and the public works manager as time to move those out of the fleet because they cost too much money, and replace them with new vehicles. So that is what the lieutenant is alluding to.
We didn't go over the 6 that we had all agreed on. We're keeping to that schedule, so we don't have to come back and ask for 12.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Kramer?
A bean counting question. So if a vehicle uses a lot of maintenance time, or requires a lot of maintenance, does that come out of the police budget in this case, or out of the maintenance budget?
Well, it comes out of actually the budget that I was all prepared to talk about, which is the public works budget. So
just a thought, thinking back 3 lifetimes ago when I was in the Air Force, I always thought it was silly, but when someone had to move personnel, the Military Airlift Command, which no longer exists, used to charge the Army to do that, and I thought that was silly. But it turns out it's not silly, because then it makes people watch their own dollars.
And so, if I can see maybe where you're going with this, is that if we move the costs of maintenance of vehicles into the police department budget, perhaps the police department would be more cognizant of what it costs to repair those vehicles, and would have more of a vested interest in the cost to replace them. And yes, I don't disagree that philosophy is probably sound. It would wind up then making for some difficulty on the finance end of this, because individual accounts to purchase parts, say, in the public works budget, are not only used to purchase parts for the police budget, police cars, but also used to purchase parts for engineering and construction code and what have you. And in fact, there's a crossover of vehicles. We have explorers in construction code and the police department. So as much as it is probably a good way to keep people on their toes, it winds up being somewhat logistically difficult within the municipal operation. I think that we are definitely on the right path here. Councilman Kramer and I worked with Carl Hauk, our public works manager, going back over a year ago on ways that we could do this kind of brainstorming sessions. There are software programs out there that we're looking to take advantage of, that we'll talk about later in the capital budget with Public Works, that we can apply to the entire fleet. The time has come that we really do a full analysis of our fleet, so that we're not replacing cars that are unnecessary, and we're not spending money unnecessarily.
Yeah, I just have a concern that you don't want the police officers worrying about the maintenance budget.
That's the issue. That's absolutely the issue.
They should do their job no matter what.
This is, no, the issue isn't so much, and maybe I misspoke, the issue isn't to have the police department responsible for the maintenance. It's to put the money regarding the fleet, the police fleet, the money necessary to make those repairs in the police budget, so there's more oversight and more interest in what it takes to repair those cars. But I think that we're doing this in a fair way now. I think that this will work. I think that this is the first year of an experiment that will ultimately go beyond just experiment and will be applied, and we can apply it to our entire fleet, so that we have a better replacement plan, and it's not just kind of, well, the car is 8 years old, it's time to be replaced. Some 8-year-old cars are not ready to be replaced, but some 2-year-old cars are. Now, every vehicle is different, and it really comes down to what it costs to keep it on the road and make it, and it has to be safe, and that's the other part of it. So, okay, so that's the police car capital request. The other items on that underneath, The vehicles that are listed are all equipment related to those vehicles. The emergency lighting, the equipment to outfit new cars, the computers that go into them, and the radios that go into them. I'd just like to note, because this question often comes up, well, how come we just don't reuse the equipment from the old cars? It's just one of those things that, unfortunately, the vehicle manufacturers like to change things on us, and when they change things, the old things don't fit the new things.
Right.
And that's why we wind up having to buy new things. So, unfortunate, but it's just that they're not able to retrofit the old equipment into the new vehicles.
No, antiquated technology, that's understandable.
Yes.
But are we getting rid of some of the older cars?
Sure.
Or not? I mean,
There's a
I mean,
number of
not
different
just
things.
filling up the parking lot. Okay.
No, there's our fleet, now, just so, and like the lieutenant said, and I don't know if you picked up on that, the fleet size will not increase with these, so 6 vehicles in, 6 vehicles out. There's not an increase in the number of cars in the fleet. We maintain the number, we replace vehicles that need to be replaced. Those vehicles, once they're removed from the fleet, generally are in such condition that the reason why they're being removed is they're no longer serviceable. We talked about cost, so they're auctioned off.
Right.
Or they're used for parts if the vehicles still have companion-type vehicles in the fleet. So that's the vehicle part. If you flip the page to the non-vehicle, you can talk about public safety building, which is the topics on the capital non-vehicle budget for the police department. Lieutenant?
Our capital for the equipment for the vehicles, correct?
No,
That we
we're
just
done
talked
with
about?
vehicles.
Okay.
Next page, non-vehicles. Do you have that page with you? You may not have it. All right, I'll cover this if you don't have it with you. There's just some repairs and equipment necessary for the public safety building. This does come more from the public works point of view, but it is for the public safety building. There are no non-vehicle capital requests by the police department for equipment other than for things for their building this year. There's no other things that they've requested as far as equipment is concerned. What they've requested is the second phase of the carpet replacement in the building. I see Councilman Kramer laughing. The carpet in that building has become if at nothing else, a tripping hazard. We've had our safety representative from the JIF come in and tell us that we need to get that carpet out. So that's the second half of a 2-part project to replace the carpet. The IT server room HVAC replacement, front desk HVAC replacement, and dispatch HVAC replacement. These are all, I will describe them as standalone air conditioning and heating units for those particular spaces. You can understand why, based on, the IT server room obviously must maintain a temperature with all the servers, generates a lot of heat. So does the police dispatch center, as well as the front desk officers area with all the monitors and computers. It just generates a tremendous amount of heat. So there are independent air conditioning units for those particular rooms in the building. They are units that the manufacturer is Liebert. That doesn't necessarily mean anything to you, but they are water-cooled systems that do not recycle water in their current capacity. These are units that are now 24 years old. They're incredibly inefficient. They waste an incredible amount of water, and they don't work well. So the proposal here is to replace those units with far more efficient units that will not waste a tremendous amount of water that simply goes down the drain because the present systems don't recycle. And that's the building capital request for the public safety building, and there are no other non-vehicle capital requests.
And the chief was very gracious in the past to cooperate and defer expenses.
Absolutely. That carpet's been put off for 5 years total.
That carpet was,
I don't know if I can put it off anymore. It changes colors. They're not just repainted. It just changes colors.
I love that carpet.
That carpet's been on this budget in
It
one
has
form or
been.
another for 7 or 8 years.
So you're saying 7 or 8. I know that I know I had it on the budget.
Maybe 6,
no
but it's
doubt.
been
No, you're
long.
probably closer, Councilman. It probably has been on that long.
So now I've got to pick something else to say no to.
So that now we can say, is there any other questions for the police department?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you,
very
Lieutenant.
And thank your police officers for a great job.
All right. Public Works will start
you.
actually on Z.
We're on
IT?
information technology.
IT.
Oh, I'm sorry, IT. I'm jumping the gun here. IT will be
Justin Hayman.
Justin Heyman.
on K, tab K. He feels like he should get off the hook. Well, you're on the hook now. It's all yours.
Good evening, council. So about a year ago, before I get too into the budget numbers, I just have a couple other numbers I promised you guys about a year ago when I came to present the new website. I think I told you all that I would come back with letting you know how well we did over the course of the year. We did very well. We had 135,000 plus users, 800,000 plus page views. The one metric I have from the old website, because we didn't have metrics on the old website, which was one of the reasons we upgraded. The one metric I did have was that on average, people who came to our website on the old website, visited between 8 and 10 pages trying to find the information that they were trying to find. The new website has gotten that down to about 3.5, 4 pages. So at the very least, we know they're finding the stuff they're coming to much quicker, much more efficiently, and getting the information they want and leaving. So things seem to be working. We have about a third of the visitors visiting us through mobile websites. So the work that we put in and the money that we spent to get this thing mobile ready is paying off. That's pretty average. So about a third. So, the money that we spent seems to be working out. So I just wanted to share those with you guys.
Plus, you've taken over the programming of your website.
We have full control in-house now.
Right.
So information that gets published is published in minutes as opposed to 24 hours, which was the average turnaround on the old website.
Big difference.
So I just, we spent some money on it. I want to make sure you all understood
Money
that
well
it was
spent.
seems to be working. So the IT budget this year shows a decrease overall of about $1,700. We are maintaining the budget structure that we put in place last year, where my department is now responsible for all software, aside from the police department, which they still maintain their own software budgets. But everything else is in our budget, and it comes through us for review and maintenance, and we handle everything. All that's in 138.
So I thought we did move all the software licensing from the departments to you. So
Police kept-
we didn't do that because of some financial issue?
No, the police have such a large volume, and police have such a large volume, and they maintain it in conjunction with Justin, but it's still in their budget. The only other exception is UCC construction code, part of their software, and the water
water
department
utility.
for the spatial data logic, because they need to show it in their budgets.
Yeah, and Councilman, in those cases, the water and the UCC, they're actually line items in their budgets that I have control over. So my staff actually still pulls from there. It's the only place is the police, but honestly, I work daily with the police, and so it's still monitored. Other than that, the IT budget hasn't changed very much from last year. If you have any questions, but again, it shows about a $1,700 decrease from last year.
So last time we added a GIS technician. How's that going?
That position remains vacant. It's been advertised now for about 9 or 10 months. We had 2 applicants over the course of those 9 or 10 months. Carl Hawk and I interviewed both of them. We did extend an offer to one of the 2 applicants. Unfortunately, she turned it down for a full-time job. The other applicant was deemed not to be a fit for the position. So it remains vacant. It's still advertised. We're maintaining the budget for it in hopes that we will fill it and begin to ramp back up the program. But right now, it seems to be hard to find somebody who wants it part-time.
So what's the negative impact of that?
The GIS program previously was housed within engineering and the land use division, Mark. With Carl moving over to Public Works, he clearly has a different set of responsibilities now, so it's been slow. It was slow even under that paradigm, with them having it. It was Carl did a great job with what he could, and Mark likewise with what he could, but there's no, they have other responsibilities as planner and assistant engineer. So the thought was to ramp the program back up and really capitalize on the amount of money we spent on it. So without that position, it's just still kind of, I don't want to say limping along. That's not a dig against them. Those guys do a great job at what they could, but it's not being utilized at the level it should be.
Is there a service we could contract for the same money?
The manager and I have explored this the last few weeks. We've been sitting down trying to explore every possibility. We have some ideas, but the fact of the matter is, for the money we have budgeted, we maybe get 3/4 of a project done. One project for 3/4 of the money that we have budgeted. So it's, we could, but the money would be used much more efficiently if we had somebody here that was.
How much training does it take? Are you looking for someone who knows GIS?
We're looking for somebody at least who has a background, yeah. The individual that we extended an offer to had a degree in environmental science with I think it was 30 to 40 credit hours in GIS. She had a GIS certificate from Stockton University. She knew her stuff. Unfortunately, like I said, she was also offered a full-time job. And
there's a lot to it. We're not going to take someone off the street.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a highly specialized role. There's a lot of jobs and not a lot of people, and so with having a part-time position, you understand how that may work. So
I'm just trying to understand, are we being penny wise and pound foolish? Is that how they say it? Is it?
I think that we were trying. I don't know that we were being penny wise and pound foolish. I think we were trying, and we continue to try to be frugal and recognize that while this is, and I'm a GIS user every day in my job. I use the different parts of our GIS system in one way or another at my desk every day. You call me up with questions. That's when you ask me things, that's usually what I rely on to get some of your answers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a heavy user, but I also recognize that there's priorities. And, and we just spoke about priorities, with the blast presentation. There's priorities, and while I would love to say that, do we have enough work for a full-time position? Sure we do. Absolutely. Can we take that full-time position and utilize it in such a way that it would benefit other entities in Franklin? Yes. We do. We've talked about the possibility with the sewage authority. The truth is, the sewage authority has a pretty sweet deal. They don't really need us. They're doing real well on their part, so we really wouldn't be able to benefit them. This would primarily benefit the fire service. And there's a tremendous amount of reliance on GIS in the fire service in Franklin Township, and they would probably benefit the most from us.
And I hear about it every month.
And I know you do, Councilman.
I have to listen to other complaints about it.
So what is the difference of a part-time person and a full-time person's salary?
In cost?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about right now a part-time salary of about $25,000, and a full-time salary, and I won't say double that, but certainly somewhere in the $40,000 to $45,000 range.
Carl and I were just talking about this. I would actually say, my recommendation if I were to request a full-time position would be at least $55,000 salary.
Because you're not going to get anybody for
Right.
$55,000.
So
you're not going to get anybody for $25,000. That's why you can't fill the position.
Right. That's $30,000 in salary. On top of that $30,000 in salary is roughly another $50,000 in benefits of one sort or another, given the fact that now there's pension payments that the town has to make along with health care benefits, withholdings, and all that go along with a full-time employee. So you're bumping that cost up from a part-timer at $25,000 to a full-timer at $100,000.
But can you monetize the benefits?
We're certainly, you're talking about associating a value to the work.
Right.
And I don't know that I can specifically affix a dollar value. You really, it's a benefit How do I say what the dollar value is if our GIS coordinator is able to assist the fire companies and the fire districts in their work? Not necessarily there's a dollar figure. If they had to pay for it, we can associate that.
Right.
But the system and the things that would get created would increase the safety of our firefighters or our police officers.
And efficiencies. I mean, there's cost
There's
for
efficiencies.
efficiency. So you might be able to take a stab at a number and see. I would. It certainly sounds like something that we should consider. I mean, it's.
I think unfortunately, from the point of backing it up, it would take some sort of tragedy to actually demonstrate the need for it in the fire department, that when the layering of the various layers in the building of what didn't show or what showed of what was missing, where, a tragedy happened. And then it's going to be, well, if we had a GIS system that was accurate and updated, this life could have been spared, or this tragedy could have been spared. So, and I'm not trying to play up the drama.
No.
It's that type of thing. So we either decide, maybe we let them run with this part-time for another, 3 months, 4 months, and then have them reevaluate to say, all right, we really need to get serious about looking at this, turning this into a full-time position, either half of this year or next year.
So what about or what about raising the part-time 30 or 35 is still a big difference than 100,000. That's got to be at least a little bit of an
The
incentive.
hourly, you mean, on it? Or
Yeah,
Wait.
well,
What-
we're
what-
we can't go over
so-
25 hours.
So we can't go over a certain amount of hours. That's number one. And then especially now with
Talks about
HCA
the pay.
kicking in, we really can't go over a certain number of hours. We're also limited by municipal ordinance to part-time positions. Your salary ordinance in the municipal ordinance limits it to a dollar figure as well. So it's not like we can just pay a municipal part-time employee $50 an hour because we think that that's what they're worth. You have an ordinance that governs that. Now,
I
could
understand.
you change it? Yes, you could, but there's reasons why we
Are
don't.
we at the max right now on what you've been offering that part-time job out?
We posted it at 19 to 20 an hour, I believe, and I think the Ms.
25.
Right?
Okay, so I don't want to overpay, but can we not offer the maximum amount?
I think that-
I can't help but to think that you won't attract less people. If anything, you may possibly attract more.
I don't think that that's the answer.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
We had this position advertised, Councilman, for a year. All right. And for a year, we got one qualified applicant. I don't think the matter is $20 an hour or $25 an hour. Clearly, as Justin said, the job pool is shallow, and there's not a lot of them out there to do this, so that what they look for is full-time employment, as one can understand, especially given the fact that most of the people who have a background in this are younger. They're in the beginnings of their careers. This is not something where you get somebody who's, retired from a job and is looking to pick up a few extra dollars on the side. These are people who are generally out of college recently, and it's a very strong, technology strong position. And you look at that and say, these are people who are looking to start a career, not wrap one up.
And of high demand.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Prasad.
Yeah, to expect different results from repeating the same action.
We all know where that
over-
gets us.
It's insanity.
Yes, it is.
So I would suggest that we try something different, and that would be to go with a full-time position and attract the people you need. And number two, costing it out, you can spread the cost out between various departments, and we find a way.
Well,
to
we
pay
do,
it.
and for what it's worth, I mean, the bulk of the work that will be done here in Franklin, in our portion of this, is done for the water utility. So, half of the salary will be billed to water. I mean, it won't be billed to the municipal budget.
So are the fire services willing to help us with this, since it would benefit them? Have we approached them?
We have not spoken with them. They have not budgeted money for this. This is something that they look to us and other sources like Somerset County for what they have. None of the individual fire districts, I think, are in a position to fund. Here's the problem. They are not in a position to pay for a person. They would have the same difficulties that we have. And to contract this work out winds up being so exponentially higher in cost that they go to the sources like us to get the information that's available and take what they can get.
But the point would be that.
Would they kick in?
Yeah, so we pay half the position, and then there's 3 plus.
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly 3 of the fire districts out of 4, because Fire District 3 in this year has backed out of the shared service agreement completely with the township to fund a fire inspector. It would be 3 of the 4. One, Fire District 4 is so small and is predominantly in South Brunswick that I can't see how they would be a participating factor. So you're looking at Fire District 2 and 1, which are the ones who have come to us most often for GIS assistance. Could they contribute? Yes. To what level? I don't know. They're already contributing a significant amount of money to fund a fire inspector in the fire inspector's office.
So I guess I concur is either decide whether this is worth it or, and fund it, or decide it's not worth it, or,
I will tell you this, that this position supports a number of investments that this council and I agree with have already made. Our spatial data logic program, which runs at least half of our departments, the improvements in the water utility alone. I mean, there's a lot of support needed for GIS. As the department head, is there enough work for a full-timer? Yes. I mean, that much I can say.
Okay. Just purely from public safety and making our own employee safety as well. And thirdly, the technology. I'm a firm believer in technology, and if this makes more data available and makes us more cost efficient, I think it's worth the investment. And only thing I would ask is that you track the metrics to show the cost efficiency that has been accrued, just like the police department was doing a lot more with a lot less. So if you can show that, I think it'll cost justify it. But let's start out with that hypothesis and
But the GIS isn't going to show a dollar efficiency. It's going to show we get something else done. We're going to have safety for our fire department. I don't think it's going to come back with a dollar.
What I can show is the level of work that they would have performed throughout the year. So I can tell you alone, the basis of GIS is our parcel file. It shows all the parcels in town, right? That needs huge updates that haven't been done. So, there's work to be done, and I can show that work being accomplished over the years, and I can tell you at the end of the year what services we provide, our end user departments provide, that benefited from it. Like I might not be a dollar amount, but there'll be something to show.
And I think in the water utility, we can also, well, exactly. And I was saying the water utility, we can show at least efficiencies. We can, and as they relate, productivity is what Councilman Prasad said, but there are applications that we can use in a GIS person in the water utility where I don't know that, again, it'll be a strict dollar attached to it, but certainly we can show how we've become more efficient because of it. And if you want to apply a labor cost to that, I guess you could extrapolate that. Yeah, to answer your question, Councilwoman Sherman, that's probably what you would do. So we can try. But we certainly can come back in a year and report back. And hopefully if we do this, we'll report back that at least we have a full-time employee doing it.
This position will be just like the majority of our work, I shouldn't say all of our work. We'll go through the same help desk system that we have. We'll track it that way. So at least basic metrics from there as well, so.
Councilman Chase?
I recall being told that Montgomery has 2 full-time GIS
They do.
employees.
Yes, they do.
And they probably have a lot less.
smaller than us.
What
They
are
have a
those
lot
things
less
they do?
parcels, I can tell you that.
And development, which
And
also affects
development,
it.
and they have too. Because, again, I think it's recognized that the more you invest in it, the more efficient you become.
Right.
Whether I can actually affix a dollar amount to it, and I don't think it's just anecdotal. You become a much more efficient government, especially when it comes to public works, water utilities, and emergency services, if you capitalize on all that is available.
So it does sound like we've been penny wise and pound foolish
Maybe.
on this thing. So let's just do it.
Bite the bullet, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
We'll include it in
didn't
the,
make that one up.
No.
you didn't make that one up. You got it right.
I couldn't think if I was
No,
saying that right.
you got it
Okay,
right.
Okay.
Yeah, that goes back to the British colonial days when
Okay.
you're talking about the sterling pound
That's right. So we
as
will,
opposed to the dollar.
we will work it into the proposed budget that will get introduced hopefully on March 10th.
Right.
Okay.
Any other questions?
You good?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
like I said, I already went over the operating budget, and
Would you like to go through the IT capital now? And we
Yeah.
can- Oh, yeah, you know what? Actually, there are crossovers with the IT capital and the Public Works capital. So Justin has graciously volunteered to stay until we get to the Public Works capital, so we'll do it all together.
Great.
Okay?
see you in a few.
So now, where I jumped ahead before, I guess we have reached the Public Works portion of this.
Engineering, Public Works, and Water.
No, no, because it all kind of goes and flows. Tab Z.
You contemplating, what are you shaking? Hey, you got a haircut. For a roll?
Well, that's why. That's over. I can go back to that. This is Z, streets and roads.
Z
Okay.
like Zelenak.
Okay.
Yes, we'll do engineering first, actually. What is that one? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's do engineering first, because that's a quick.
And
I'm sorry, what was it?
Oh.
Oh,
It's here if you need it.
It's just out of its element, that's all. I got it.
Okay. Within engineering, basically, the budget was held the same as last year, just little moving around of some of the sub-accounts.
thank you.
okay.
It's hardly worth more than about 30 seconds of discussion. It's not a biggie. Most of engineering's functions are supported through developer escrow, so obviously, that's the reason why the OE budget is so small, is because most of what they do winds up getting charged to the people who are looking to build developments here. Okay, so now we'll jump to Z. And start with streets and roads.
Streets and roads. Within the streets and roads budget, we actually were able to reduce it by $2,300, $2,350. And that's over about $160,000. A lot of that reduction has to do with having Carl down at Public Works now and running it. Carl is a licensed professional engineer. He looks at things a lot more analytical, and he is able to prevent some of the big dollar things that we were doing in the past.
That's great.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
See, he talks nice about engineers because he is one.
And so am I.
Gotta
Yes,
stick
I know,
together.
Councilman, so are you.
And you're wannabe.
They say I'm a wannabe. I guess engineers have a unique way to think. And they've converted me into thinking that way.
You're being converted.
Next.
So next will be snow removal.
I have a question.
Oh, very,
Councilman
It's
Chase?
very small, but I noticed that what is budgeted for fire and safety equipment and for catch basins is decreased below what was spent last year. Is there a reason why you would expect that less will need to be spent on catch basins?
Line item, is
We have had the
056.
opportunity,
It's on.
we have had the opportunity this year to stockpile material as opposed to previous years.
And that comes from Carl being an engineer and looking ahead at planning, so we don't need to go out and get it when we need it. We just walk into the yard and get it.
one of the things we talked about at the department head level, and Carl certainly is involved in those discussions, is volume discounts and things where we have the ability to, rather than buy one pair of gloves, let's buy 24 gloves, and we'll have them in a storeroom, because it costs us 50% less in cost to buy 24, even though the dollar figure is greater than when you buy one pair alone, and this way you have them. And then what we found is, because of those volume discounts, and Carl's been there about a year now, right? Okay. When we make purchases like that, especially when it comes to things like sewer grates, you don't just buy 10, you buy 50, so that you have them, and it's not like they go bad. There they are, they're cast iron, they're going to last a long, long time. So rather than buy small, we buy larger, we have areas to store. Carl has worked very hard on reorganizing the Public Works yard to try to find spaces to stockpile this type of equipment, so that then we go to this year, we don't have to budget quite as much.
So you're buying wholesale versus paying retail.
There you go, exactly.
There you go.
Exactly.
Less shipping charges.
Wholesale.
Yep.
Makes sense. Next.
Okay, I guess next would be AA, page 1, which is snow removal. I don't know, anybody look outside yet? Is it snowing now?
No.
It was this afternoon. Snow removal, off and running. Go ahead, guys.
Basically, with the snow removal, if you look at it, there's a lot more budgeted this year than last year. A lot of that is because you have to look at the way, last year with the increase that we put in because of the winter, it had to be put into this year's budget because we actually borrowed, I think,
$300,000
from this year's budget to do last year's snow removal.
Yeah.
Right.
And if we don't expend all this, it goes into a trust account for snow removal, and that account was severely drawn down last year.
As you can see, and at the numbers at the bottom where the reserve balance is. However, overall, due to the amount that was budgeted and how it was budgeted in 2014, we actually show a $100,000 decrease in the snow removal budget from $800,000 to $700,000. But as you see, the $700,000 is far greater than the 402 in 2013, and that's because the 800 was originally 500. So we really, as we juggled money around, as you recall, last winter was not pleasant.
Last winter was bad.
So thankfully, again, I know we're in the middle of February, and I'm knocking on some wood. As much as it has been somewhat of a hardship, it has been nowhere near the hardship that we've suffered through last year.
Certainly has not.
And actually having that trust account
Was a savior.
balance as such.
We would have been in big
lot of
trouble if we had not had that.
But actually, should we be doing the same thing as Carl is doing with the grates, with the salt?
Well, we will. So when we get to, we'll discuss that a little.
Do we have the new salt dome?
We don't, and there's a reason why we don't. And I'll let Tom discuss that, because it involves I guess you would call it a shared service agreement where we'll be able to capitalize on a partnership with Somerset County. But Tom?
Right, we approached the county because they use some of our salt and then they pay it back after a storm because we're closer for getting the county roads in town if they get it from us. So we approached the county about if they were willing to contribute to make our salt dome larger. We had budgeted for about a 1,200 ton one. The county said, yeah, we are definitely on board, as much as you can get in there, we want to. So Carl, kind of laid the site out to see what we can get, and we're looking at actually putting a salt dome of up to 3,000 tons, which is almost 3 times our capacity, and when we have that, we will have 3,000 tons of salt in it.
Same place?
All in one spot,
All
in the
one
same
spot.
place?
No, not in the same spot. It's actually going to be in the Public Works yard.
Well, I'm saying where we proposed the new one.
Right.
In that same spot. where
Right,
the-
same spot.
And how much of that will be the county's?
Yeah, that was my
Well,
question.
that we
No,
don't
it's
know
ours.
until we get the actual bid.
How do you monitor it?
What?
Because we know how much
Because
we're
we
putting
load
in the
their
back of
trucks.
trucks.
We do it a teaspoon at a time.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think the first answer sufficed.
The county never shorts us.
Bulldozer, I hope.
Basically, if we give the county 10 tons, we probably get back 15.
I wasn't suggesting.
No, right.
I was just curious of the monitoring, because that's a huge
So when
facility.
you load a truck, you know how much the truck holds, so
Sure.
you do the math calculations.
load the
and-
truck.
So it's
and
by
we load the truck.
by loading.
And the advantage too, just as, certainly the other advantage here in providing salt storage here in Franklin Township that is accessible to the county is, obviously, we have a network of county roads. We would like to see that salt put down on our own county roads as soon as possible. If they're close and don't have to drive all the way to Hillsborough,
They get in and out of
then they
town
get in and
quick.
out of town, and we get our county roads treated better too.
And
So
then-
there's certainly that advantage.
And then people drag that onto our roads, we win.
So it is definitely kind of a win-win to be able to build a bigger facility, use county funds, go into a shared agreement with them, and have a much bigger supply on hand.
And what's your timeline for it?
We're not going to start until after the season is over, obviously.
Right.
So we're probably looking
by
at a
next
July.
year you will have-
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
there's
we're
no
looking
reason-
at a July construction. Everything should be in place by September.
So then we shouldn't have a salt shortage.
Correct. Unless,
bad.
we shouldn't have a salt shortage unless the state shorts us.
Right.
Which is, and I mentioned it at the council meeting on Tuesday. Really, the way that this system works is the state gets the first bite,
Yeah.
the county gets the second bite, and the municipalities get the third. So, and when there becomes a demand, the state puts a hold on the supply so that they get all that they need for state highways, and we can understand why that is. We may not like it, but it certainly makes sense.
Yeah.
And then they hold it back in Cranberry.
They do. Unfortunately, the Turnpike tragedy is one where it may have been a call that there was a shortage and it had affected the treatment of that road, and unfortunately, that tragedy occurred. So, that's our snow removal budget. Next would be page AA6, which is pretty straightforward. Tom, you don't even have to talk about this. AA6 is called Condominium Act. That's the money that we use to reimburse for snow removal in our homeowners association properties throughout the town. That's it. And that's something that we're required to do by law.
And it is flat.
And it is flat, and if you notice it, the actual is pretty close to the budget as well. That's not that there's a science to it, but it's pretty predictable.
It's dependent on how much we spend on snow removal.
Right. It depends on our costs, so it's pretty predictable. The next would be AB, and that would be sanitation.
Sanitation.
Leaf bag.
Leaf bags.
Sanitation was reduced by $20,000 because we're eliminating the leaf bag purchase and sale.
That was a good idea. That was a Carl
Could
idea, right?
just take a moment so the public doesn't get, I noticed on a budget, but we're not doing away with the
All right,
program.
so I'll explain this. And you know what? As much as you'd like to give Carl credit for this one,
It was your
I'm
idea.
taking credit for this one. It was my idea.
Rank has its.
He helped,
No,
but it
no.
was my idea.
No, it was actually a citizen's
Well, it was
idea.
a citizen who said, why, and then I said, why are we in the business of selling bags? We are not discontinuing leaf collection. We have yet to amend the ordinance, but I'm confident that this council will do so. We finished out under the old ordinance the fall collections, and as we move forward for this upcoming fall 2015, I'm sure we will have a new ordinance in place that calls for the collection of all bags, not just those bags sold by Franklin Township. I see no reason why Franklin Township should be in the business of selling bags when we were buying them at a cost that was greater than I could go buy them at Costco, and we were buying them in great number. And really, most of our residents have expressed to us the desire to go to Lowe's or ShopRite or Home Depot and buy their bags and put them out at the curb and get them picked up without us putting stickers on them or them putting stickers on them. So we were able to eliminate the leaf bags from this budget.
Sale.
How
The
many
sale.
do we have on
Right,
hand?
the sale.
How many do we have on hand?
Well, we're going to sell the rest of them. We have a lot. We're more than willing to have someone come in and buy them in bulk if they want to. But the other aspect of this, and just to clarify, so the other part of this whole issue, and certainly this is part of the budgetary aspect of that elimination of buying bags, is that in previous years, if you brought your own leaf bags to the convenience center, we were so gracious that we would give you new ones to replace the ones that you brought to us.
Right.
Well, if you start to do the math on that, if you came and you bought 10 bags and you paid $5 for them, and then you continued to bring those bags to the convenience center time and time and time again, if you did that 10 times, you were really starting to make some money on us. It was really not cost effective. We appreciate when people bring their bags to the convenience center, but I would just soon send out public works crews with a dump truck and pick them up, because the cost, when it escalates in that fashion, just becomes overwhelming. So little cost benefit analysis here showed that we should get out of the leaf bag selling business and just be in the leaf bag collecting business, which is what we will do.
That's where the money is.
That's where the money is. So that's where the cost savings in our sanitation comes from. That 20,000 is attributed to decals and bags. So there you have it.
Thank you for your wonderful idea, Mr. Township Manager.
Every once in a while I come up with one. Don't believe what Councilman Kramer or the chief say.
It was a citizen.
How many years did this take to figure out?
Well, I mean, I figured it out. I don't know. The lady complained.
curious.
The lady complained and said, "Why won't they pick up my bags?" And I said, "Because they don't say Franklin Township on them." And then she said, "Well, how come they put those stickers on them?" And I sat at my desk and said, "Gee, I wonder how much those stickers cost and how much do the bags?" So it was only a couple weeks before it actually came to light. But you're right, Councilman. It was a resident who brought it to our attention.
Now, well, she couldn't get to Public Works during
Business hours.
business hours to buy one, so she'd go buy them at Lowe's on Saturday.
Which made perfect sense to me. That's what I do.
All right, so I think we beat this bag.
Yeah. I'm moving on to AC. AC, which is Buildings and Grounds, which is actually one of the Public Works budgets that shows an
Right.
increase.
This one was increased, unfortunately, by little over 27,000. The reason for that is primarily the janitorial services on this building. Right, part of it,
Plumbing, HVAC.
okay, it's HVAC.
What we found is to maintain our current HVAC systems, primarily on a public safety building, because the bulk of the HVAC system left on that is still the original air handlers and controllers and valves, so it's 24 years old. The failure rate is high. As we move forward, we're going to look to replace a lot of those pieces, and we have already through capital expenditures over the last couple of years. But the increase in plumbing and HVAC, the budget was $30,000 in 2014, and you see almost $60,000 was spent, so $63,000. So there's a $33,000 increase on that line alone, which certainly accounts for the $27,320 overall increase in this budget.
Just a comment, every time I've replaced my heating and air conditioning system, my bill has actually gone down because of the more cost-efficient
That's an absolute fact in the police department.
And if you could look at this and see if you could cost justify lower utility bills, then maybe we ought to be thinking proactively.
We are, and that's why, like I said, several components of the public safety building HVAC system, as well as this building, have been replaced over the last several years and have shown cost savings due to efficiency. No doubt about it. Okay. Next is
Councilman Chase.
Question.
Page A6, you have 3 items. The way I count, they add up to 6,000, but the number at the bottom
Yeah, you're right,
of the
they do.
page is 3,500.
You're absolutely correct. Got to be a formula error in the spreadsheet.
it's a sell-off
It's just a formula.
Yeah.
That's the 20.
And
Was it accounted for in the budget?
Yeah, it's in the management adjustment.
There's an adjustment on the cover sheet, so obviously you're telling me. So if you notice that 024 has a manager's adjustment of $2,500, to add $2,500 to the budget on the cover sheet of buildings and grounds, see it says manager's adjustment $2,500 on line 024.
yeah,
That $2,500 was to account to what they were unable to find as a spreadsheet error because it didn't add up. So there's the spreadsheet error. So they added the $2,500 to the spreadsheet. They just didn't know where the $2,500 was missing from.
It's
So
an
you just found it.
0.5.
There you go. You just found it. You solved the mystery. So the
Now-
numbers are still the same. It's just that now that
Yeah.
formula can be fixed.
on page AC8, calendar year 2014, there's a mysterious subtraction of $3,000 with no explanation. And the result of which is it makes this year's look bigger when it probably isn't.
Right. I see what you're saying. Somehow or another, that $3,000 is another one where
Maybe
you
that was
see what it's
last
on line
year's
7.
correction.
That's from the reclassing of certain categories. We just didn't put a good explanation there. That's where we move things among.
So in 2014, there had been $3,000 removed? You understand what I'm saying?
A different line.
It just moved to
Yeah.
other lines.
Just moved to a
It
different
was
line.
right, last year,
Yep.
it was a significant
Yep.
amount due to our CFO. Major
Okay.
amount of line corrections,
So-
allocations.
All right, so that's buildings and grounds. So the next one will be AD, tab AD, which is
Vehicle maintenance.
vehicle maintenance. So AD2 is the page we're looking at, vehicle maintenance.
Within vehicle maintenance, we are looking at an increase of $500.
On 144.5, from 144 to 144.5.
Couldn't keep it even.
Yeah,
You
we
know what?
try.
We used almost every penny of last year's vehicle maintenance budget.
Well, and I got it, there's one, where is it?
Close.
And you're maintaining how many vehicles? Has the volume gone up?
No,
No.
the fleet number has remained the same.
Okay.
What I will tell you is that some of the newer vehicles we've found are costing us more to maintain just because, unfortunately, as technology improves, that means cost of parts increases.
Cost increase.
So some things cost more. And it's actually become very frustrating as far as repairs to some of the police vehicles because the vehicles that are currently in our fleet that are being purchased from Ford are very, very specific to the police service. They are not available, nor are they you can't go to a Ford dealer and buy what we buy for the police department. So because it's such a specialized vehicle, the price on parts, unfortunately, is reflective of that. So,
See, because on the consumer market, you go buy a Toyota, they tell you there's about 200 computers in there.
It's true.
You better buy a $1,000 warranty, extended warranty.
That's true.
So that they can swap it out and you don't have to pay a costly replacement cost for it, so.
Side view
Well,
mirror
now
was
we hear
$400
that
now, or
people
$500.
can hack into those computers.
so the vehicle maintenance, obviously we spent almost to the penny last year, and we're looking at a $500 increase on a $140-some-thousand budget. Is there anything more to discuss on that? Okay.
No.
So, I believe that concludes the OE budgets for Public Works.
Right.
Yes,
When do we get to utilities?
I do those with Kathy. Those are paid out of finance.
So you want to go to capital?
So, wait, no, I don't want to go any, so, while we're still in Public Works, we should probably do, and is that in here, the request for personnel form? The paperwork? Carl, do you have it to hand out? All right, well then. Why don't you take it and make copies, when we'll move on to something else for now. Water. Water everywhere. Water is under tab 2, all by itself.
Tab 2.
Tab 2. Page 2-4 is the OE budget for water. It has 2 pages of cover page. So 2.5 is where your totals are. And what you'll see is the overall water budget on the OE side is decreased from 2014 by $51,034. Yes, the number underneath, if you're looking at page 2-5, says note change without debt service and capital. Well, there was a change in debt service and capital. That's just for your informational, just for your own information. We did bond last year. We sold bonds, so debt service is up, both on the municipal side and the water side. But the actual decrease, and that's to show that there's a $104,000 decrease in the overall OE as proposed compared to 2014. But the decrease, taking into account our increase in debt service, is $51,034.
And that 104,000 is basically budgeting buying $105,000 less water.
Correct.
Yes, we've reduced the water purchase amount.
And why is that?
Because of
Less
our
leaks.
leak
Hopefully
detection.
about
The leak detection
capital
is
stuff that was
showing.
put in the last
That's
report.
right. So
I was going to ask
so
about-
there, I figured
There
you
we go.
might, Councilman. So the answer is, the money you invested in capital in leak detection equipment has been put to use, and we are now leaking less water.
And
So
purchase
therefore, we
less.
must purchase less water, so we can cut the budget on water purchases.
From
We're
13
also
to
mixing
14.
the sources.
Not,
better.
well, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. That will come. That will come.
Greater savings will accrue.
Yes.
Okay.
We reduced our purchase by $700,000 from 13 to 14.
Now, relative to that, just keeping it with the budgetary, do we expect we'll continue to see into next year further gains on leak detection and thereby reducing our water purchase? Or are we at the part of the plan where we're through the discovery?
We'll
It's an
never
ongoing
be at
problem.
the point where we're not going to be saving money.
Right, I agree
But
with
that, the
Where
the
am I
amount
on-
we're is going to be shrinking from year to year.
Correct.
But
Okay.
we're still in the infancy of the program, so we're still going to see some decent numbers.
What
So-
percentage, what percentage are we at now? Do you know?
We just had this report for Public Works, and now I don't remember
Yeah, I
what
don't
it
remember
is.
it either.
So I don't have that water report in front of me. But what I will say, it's in the 20s now and out of the 30s.
Right, I wanna
I
say
think it's like 25, yeah. So we were up in the mid to high
Get that
30s.
at the next council meeting.
Yeah, absolutely, sure.
We can review at the next Public Works meeting, too.
Right.
Yeah, but
I mean, it was just done at Public Works last, 2-3 months ago?
Yeah.
So the numbers are current.
Good, okay.
But
Got it.
it's incrementally less, but the other thing is, and this is what I just wanted to talk about what Councilman Prasad was referring to. So one of the other things that we're doing is we're improving our pump stations and interconnects with New Brunswick so that we can, and you talked about, we'll call it better blend or whatever it is.
Right.
So we can more accurately purchase from our lower cost suppliers and hit the number with our higher cost suppliers. Again, not necessarily to buy less water, to buy it in a more efficient way. And those are the variable speed pumps that we're installing at some of our pump stations and a new interconnect at the Berry Street.
Yeah, the sewage authority is going to a similar,
Right.
not relative to water, but with capacity.
So, yeah,
I just
yeah,
put it
you,
that way.
you do it the other way.
Yeah.
But so the goal there is to make it, so we have mandatory minimums daily to purchase from New Jersey American Water. They're the higher cost supplier. We would like to just hit our minimum with New Jersey American and then backfill with New Brunswick, which is a lesser cost. Well, to become more efficient at that means we save money and we can then budget less in that line as well. So we're working on that with the pump station improvements.
Can you, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now, just on leaks, since the pipes are old, you're still going to have to do leak detection on an ongoing basis.
Leak detection is an ongoing thing.
So
be
that
done
should
regularly.
be something that we should be doing proactively anyway.
We do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that was what it was alluded
Yeah.
to. We spent a significant amount of money 2 years ago on leak detection equipment, and we've put it to work. And it will continue to be put to work. And the goal here is to continue to do that, and in addition, replace water mains that are on a regular basis. That's part of the whole replacement plan. And in doing that, you eliminate leaks that way. You find leaks through constant leak detection. I mean, our goal is to kind of hit the system twice a year. As we cover the entire town, leak detection equipment will listen in on those pipes. At least we're looking at trying to cover the entire system twice a year. So
I had a question. I noticed that you have a $89,000 budget for legal services that was not in 2013 or 14. Is something being
a
anticipated?
portion of our legal bills go to water.
Oh, it's just a
It's just a charge.
Okay. It wasn't done before?
Nothing new, just
Okay. No, well, it wasn't here before, but-
some of our legal work is done for our water utility, so some of our lawyers are paid out of our water utility.
I figured it had been broken out of professional consultant and specialized services.
There's a portion of it
Down
that,
by almost that same amount.
that's correct.
I have a quick question. On your road materials, it's well over double from 2014 to 2015. Is there anything you're expecting to come up?
Where are we?
From 22,000, line 32, from 22,000 to 50?
Mayor, what page is that?
42
That is
was
on
the.
Page
was
2-4,
the-
road materials, line
Road
032,
materials, line
went from 42,000 to 50,000, Mayor.
Thank you.
Went up $8,000.
Well, the actual was 22.9.
Well, it was because we were lucky and didn't have a lot of water main breaks to fill the holes. That's the material that when you dig the road up, because
Right, no,
water
I-
main breaks, you have to fill it.
I got that.
The increase in cost, and I'm going to just hazard a guess here, and Carl can tell me I'm wrong, I'm going to hazard a guess to say that the increase in cost is due primarily to materials increasing in cost. 10% increase in cost, primarily with asphalt. Okay, any further questions on water?
Nope.
Okay, so then, are we going to go back to that? All right, so, the Financial Oversight Committee had an opportunity to hear a proposal by Carl Hauk about an increase in staffing in the Public Works Department, and also I guess a new position that could be proposed, a intermediary supervisory position between all the laborer positions and the foreman that currently exist. I will tell you that I understand why Carl wants to do this. I think that a plan of succession for our supervisors in the Public Works Department makes sense, but I want you to hear this. I will just preface it with this. A new position, a new supervisory position, will require me to negotiate with the union that currently represents our foreman. We have a valid and in-force contract with that union currently, so it's not like I'm in negotiations with them. That could take a considerable period of time. That's one aspect of what Carl wants to talk to you about is the supervisory position. There is another part to this, and that's the increase in the labor staff, and I'll let him discuss why. But whatever your decision here tonight, I felt it important that I believe in Carl's request and report. I understand the financial situations that the town has, and we have to prioritize how we increase staff. But I felt it was important that you at least hear from him tonight on what this is about. So, Carl?
We're going to go through all of these?
It won't take much more than 10 minutes. He's going to explain to you the premise behind it and
We're only
why.
going to talk about the ones that potentially we can do?
Yes.
That don't require union negotiation?
The union negotiations,
Contract, I should say.
as you look at that, the contract negotiations deal with the supervisory position that you see. And I put my glasses on
So
here.
we're gonna talk
So you're
about
talking
that, or
about
do we not
new
need to talk
promotion
about it?
position, the new promotion position, and all the things that say promotion under it are all related to each other. The new promotion position is one that would, like I said, create a second layer of supervision in Public Works. Currently, there is Carl, and then there are foremen, and then there are laborers. There is no other level of supervision within Public Works. What he's proposing is a secondary position in the foreman's union that would be a junior foreman, call it whatever you want, that would allow for people to become more acquainted. It would be, they could handle smaller crews. I mean, am I along the same lines here, Carl? I know I don't want to steal your thunder. All right, that's the promotion position. The new positions that we're talking about, you have new position laborer, and new position HVA plumber, and new position junior mechanic, and new position custodians. These are all individual positions that currently don't exist, or in the case of the laborer, and I'll let him explain why, and this is something that we really will need to speak a little bit about, is the need for additional laborers to maintain our parks. So, Carl.
I'll start with the promotional positions, which Bob alluded to, the lead man. Would like to see two positions, and they would be above an equipment operator but below a foreman. This would give us the ability to decrease the amount of people in a crew and be able to do other things, break out smaller crews, to be able to do more things during the current workday. It would be a supervisory position. They would be in charge of the crew, focused on safety. Basically, a stepping stone to becoming a foreman. I currently have 6 foremen. I estimate within the next 3 years, I'm going to be losing at least 4 of the 6 foremen through retirement.
So wait a minute. But you're talking about adding these here. You're not talking about attrition. So I want to be clear, because now I feel like you're mixing oranges and apples.
Well, no, attrition I don't know is the correct word.
Okay.
We're not, this is taking people that currently are on staff and promoting them.
Promoting them, okay. Not adding any
And it's really a
positions.
succession plan.
Exactly.
Okay,
yeah.
not adding any positions. Just
Well, there's
promoting.
other positions that are
Okay.
talked about later, but that has nothing to do with promotion.
Not adding
Apples and
positions,
oranges.
not adding people, adding positions.
So, Carl, just a quick question. Are you saying that you're limited by the number of crews that you can put out because you don't have enough supervisors to do that, to take them out? You can have smaller crews and more activity as a result of having these positions?
Correct.
And is there an efficiency that comes out of all of that?
Absolutely.
So if we sum up this two-page summary, how many more positions are we talking about? New positions? Can we cut to the chase so we all get the big picture here?
Well, to cut to the chase, the new positions, so do you want to know the new positions that are proposed or the new positions that are recommended? And financial oversight did vet this.
I know, but I wasn't there.
I know. No, I'm saying, that's why I'm saying, do you want to know the ones that are recommended? All right, so what I'm going to say to you is, so 2 labor positions, that's two new laborer positions, okay? The purpose behind those 2 new laborer positions is the increased work as a result of our development of parks. We have the same number of people that we used to have, but we have a whole lot more parkland to maintain. So that's why the proposal for 2 new laborers.
Okay.
I'm going to jump down. The junior mechanic, again, we have a fleet of vehicles. What the junior mechanic, which was a position that had previously existed, does is change oil, does general maintenance to free up the 3 mechanics that we do have on staff to do all of the heavy work on the maintenance and repair of our vehicles. The positions that I have a difficult time with, and that I think financial oversight had a difficult time with, custodian. We used to have custodians. We had them for every building. We didn't hire companies to provide the cleaning services for these buildings. We discontinued custodians probably 12 years ago. And I will tell you that I've been an employee for 12 years, and the condition of these buildings has gone down significantly in that 12 years to the point where and I'm sure you all know, we come to you often and we tell you, we are discontinuing this contract and we're going out to bid for another one. Because at $60-some thousand to clean all of our buildings, you get what you pay for. All right, and that's what we get. We get barely sufficient service to clean bathrooms and mop floors and empty garbage cans, and that's about it. So this proposal was to go back to the old way, but the reality is that you see an additional $32,000 per position, but that's not the complete cost. What I would prefer to do first, before we increase staff and hire custodians, is that we look at the amount of money that we budget for cleaning services and increase that number and hire a bonded service. That's what I would prefer to do.
Me too.
You too. All right, so moving upwards on the list, we go to the junior mechanic. Again, I support that. Yes.
Just so people know exactly what you just said. Could you go back to that custodian position?
Yes.
And explain why you just...
Why I said what I said? Well, it's $32,000 as a proposed salary. We'll add on about another $40,000 in benefits and pension costs to the municipality. So that drives that up to about $72,000 per position, or about $150,000 for 2. I think that for probably about $100,000, we could probably do a whole lot better on the company that we hire to clean our buildings.
Absolutely.
That's how I feel.
Thank you, sir.
I do have a comment.
That's where I'm going with that.
Yeah,
You still
excuse
save
me.
about 50,000.
Right.
Yeah, and that's a unique one, but I do have an issue or a concern. When someone asks for a position, you have to justify it by saying that there'll be such and such efficiency by hiring this person. That's not in this analysis.
No.
I don't get and that's why I asked the question about the crews. I would be more than happy to say do it, because we're going to save $100,000. It's going to cost us whatever, but, but that's not in this analysis.
And Councilwoman, and I'm going to go back to the other thing. I love to attach dollar figures to things, but sometimes efficiencies can't have dollars attached to it. And in particular, the situation with the increase in supervision. There's a number of different things. I can't tell you on any particular day what that efficiency will be, but I can give you examples. So instead of sending out a foreman and a crew of 8 to put up snow fence, which is inefficient because of contractual reasons, we're required to provide that level of supervision to the labor staff. They must have a supervisor present with them according to the foreman's union's contract, so we have to do it. I can't just send laborers out to do work without supervision. So if I only have 6, there's only so much I can do with them.
I understand that. There must be some plan in mind for the smaller crews that will give you certain efficiencies. Otherwise, why are you asking for it? There is some thought process here. Just with this junior mechanic, you can free up other mechanics
Absolutely.
to do other work.
This is what I said.
They're higher valued
Absolutely.
employees. They can do
Rather
other
than pay a guy $50 an hour to change the oil, I'm going to charge pay a guy $20.
There is a way to do it.
And I understand that. What I'm saying to you is, as far as the supervisor position, I can't necessarily attach, but what I can give you is the reasons why. When your constituents call you and say, why isn't that pothole getting repaired? And I tell you, because our staff has been reduced. So this is a way to work with a reduced staff in Public Works, which has gone down from a much higher number in 2009 than where it is now. It's been reduced by about 50% of the labor force that previously existed. But I'm now left with, I have this number of employees, this number of laborers, and I have this requirement to provide for them supervision, so I have to send out larger crews that may not be necessary. I don't need that big a crew to do a particular job. But there's hundreds of different tasks that the Public Works Department does. So if I send them out in a smaller crew to do the smaller jobs, that makes us more efficient. It's not as easy as just affixing a dollar figure to it, though. This is just, in general, the responsiveness that we give to the citizens who live here. We get things done quicker. We get more done in a day than we currently get done now. I can't, on one day it might be filling potholes, one day it might be putting up snow fence, one day it might be cutting the grass. It's those types of things. And when we cut crews and make them smaller, we can assign them on a wider variety of tasks daily. That's the purpose behind it.
I understand that, and I hear it loud and clear. It makes perfect sense to me. An efficiency expert would come back and say, that's efficient. That makes sense, and it has a value. That's all I'm saying. And I think, I'm not going to pursue it anymore, but I just feel that there is a way you could justify these positions in a way that would be very clear to us, and we would be able to say, yes, go ahead with it.
I'm going to piggyback on that. I have great respect for our financial oversight.
Can we just have the township manager go through the list first, and then if we're going to beat it up? But I'd like to get at least to hear his view on it, since he is the township manager.
Thank you. And the last position that's listed is an HVAC plumber, and it's one position at an additional $70,000, and that one has plus $28,000 in benefits, which is probably an accurate number for benefits. And in this particular case, we had a pretty lively discussion about this in financial oversight, and I have a difficult time backing this particular request, primarily because I don't believe that one position can do all that's required of us, and we need to continue to contract out. And so that's why I would say that I can't support that particular position. And that's really this entire sheet here, as far as the personnel requests.
So you're supporting 2 labor positions?
I'm supporting 2 labor
Junior
positions
mechanic.
and a junior mechanic position.
Okay.
And certainly I do support the supervisory position. It's just that I don't think that we're in a position at this particular point to do that. So what I would say to council on that particular position is, if you support that idea, I will begin to pursue it, and that by the time 2016 rolls around, we'll know whether or not we're in a position to do it with the union.
So 2 new full-time positions
2 labor positions, which are full-time positions,
and
a
1
junior mechanic,
part-time
which is a
junior
part-time
mechanic.
position. Okay.
The 2 new positions I'm reading here are primarily for park
Oh,
maintenance,
it's for the
open-
parks.
Open space maintenance. So I'm not saying we should absolutely do this, but my understanding is legally, some of these may
So
fall
let's lead
under the
into that
open
conversation, Councilman.
space.
I'm gonna lead you right along the golden path here.
Okay, so
Because that's
how
really,
does this fit
that's
into
really
open
the
space?
crux of this conversation.
Right, it is.
So, we are going to talk about the expansion of our recreational facilities as we move forward. And we're going to talk about that when we talk about our open space budget, our capital budget, and we might as well talk about it with our labor budget. So, we currently bring in slightly over $4 million in open space tax money annually. And we only charge seasonal employees and some overtime for our regular employees to do work on our open space properties as salaries coming from our open space trust. And, you know, this is, I'm not asking this to be done this year, but I think that this council seriously needs to consider, as we begin to really build these parks, and we're going to talk about Catalpa at the open space meeting on Tuesday, as I march these plans around on a new concept, and we go on parade. All right, as we build these parks, they don't maintain themselves. And your staff is what it is and is taxed now on the existing park inventory, which means I don't feel it's not a difficult thing for me to make a recommendation on 2 additional laborers to maintain our parks. I get calls from all of you from time to time saying, how come the grass isn't cut here? Or how come the grass isn't cut there? Well, you know what? There's only so many laborers with lawnmowers to go around.
Okay.
And the cost associated with that is something that, as the councilman said, is legally charged to the Open Space Trust, but it's been the policy of this township and this council to not charge those labor costs to the trust, and I understand why. But there's a shift, and that shift is currently taking place. The shift is away from acquisition of land and the development of recreational parks. And as we begin that shift, I think we also have to look at the shift in the cost to maintain these parks.
Right.
We did that 2 years ago when we moved out of the municipal budget the maintenance costs that previously existed in the public works budget, and we moved it into the open space budget, and I think that that was a reasonable decision on council's part. I'm not asking for that decision to be made today, and I'm not asking that to change for this year. But as we move forward into 2016's budget, I'm going to come back to you again if I'm still here, and I'm going to tell you that we need to start looking to move that money there.
If we keep drawing that line of increasing parks, there is no way we can not pay for it outside of, we need open space money to
Right.
pay for it. And it makes sense. If you're building a park, it's got to be maintained. It doesn't come for free. I'm actually not inclined to put new positions in out of the regular budget. I just don't see the money for it. But I will up you on this year that if you're telling me that these people are needed because they're maintaining parks, then I certainly would be open to using open space money for that.
And I second that motion.
I remember when we
Right.
did the analysis, when the company
Exactly.
did the whole parks
Yes.
program, they told us we were going to need more maintenance people. This is not a
Absolutely did.
surprise.
And we're
3 years
understaffed.
ago, we,
Yeah, so it's
3 years
time.
ago, this was.
Yeah, in fact, one of the first recommendation they told us to implement was to improve the inventory of existing parks.
Correct.
And going back and fixing them.
Correct.
That was our first priority.
And we're continuing to do that.
And
but
new parks you build, you still got to maintain them.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, they'll fall into disrepair as well. So
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Makes
No,
sense.
It's been estimated that the maintenance of Middlebush Park in season will require two full-time employees two full-time employees through the season. That there will be constant maintenance in the park between grass mowing and general maintenance of the park. It requires two full-time positions just for that one park alone. Now, we currently have a foreman and 8 employees assigned to park maintenance for all of our parks and open space properties. And like I said, most of the open space maintenance is done on overtime billed to the Open Space Trust. But the reality now,
So we all agree there's a need.
Well, you agree there's a need. I mean, and if you want to give me direction, I can certainly alter.
Mr. Vasanella just pointed out to me correctly that this is something that should go by open space. We do respect them, and we have open space meeting this Tuesday, so.
And
I think that's convenient.
here's what I'll say, and while I won't be defiant, I will remind council that you
This
are
is
the
our
governing
decision.
body of this township,
Our
and it is
decision.
your decision.
Yeah.
And they are the open space,
Advisory.
a lot of other
Sure.
names, advisory board.
Sure,
And
you-
their ordinance
Yes.
charge is not on how to spend the trust. It is on what properties to acquire.
I agree, but I do like, you heard my opinion on it,
I know.
but I do want to hear their opinion, and conveniently, it's Tuesday, so it won't hold up the budget at all.
It won't hold up the budget, but then what you are asking for is to return to this issue at a council meeting for a final decision. So what I'm saying to you is I have absolutely no issue, I'm going to be there anyway, right, Councilman? I got to march that Catalpa plan around, all right? I'll be at the open space meeting on Tuesday. I will certainly broach that along with all of the other aspects of their budget, which you'll hear from our consultant about in a little bit. All right. What I'm saying to you is I can add that to the budget that is going to be brought to the Open Space Advisory Committee so that it will be discussed along with every other aspect of the open space budget.
Excellent idea.
So let's just so we're clear, because this I think is probably the approach that we've taken as it relates to other things open space. I will add the salaries to the open space budget for these 2 laborer positions. I will not add the other costs associated with an employee, such as pension and health care benefits, unless you instruct me to add all costs.
So, first of all, I realize they're advisory board. I just, as a courtesy, and I did mention Councilman Kramer, that this is, I like the ideas of these positions, the parks, the open space, passive active recreation. It needs, we had fallen behind, it needs to be maintained, I think is being maintained better. In general, I support these, but this is thrown at us now. You're saying shift to the shift in how we're doing this to do in 2016. I think it's becoming apparent that at least many council people feel if we're going, now is the time to shift it. But now with that in mind, one moment. I don't understand the difference if we're going down that route. If it's the cost of maintaining, it's the cost of maintaining. How do you? What is the philosophy of separating out? It's the cost for an employee to do the job, which legally can be under a certain part of the budget, trust fund. Why are we separating out? What is the philosophy?
Define why are you separating out what? I made a proposal to you, and you're the governing body. You tell me what you want me to put in the budget, and I will.
Excuse me. Councilman Chase has been sitting here very patiently for that little
I'm
message.
not the mayor.
It's very hard
apologize, I didn't see-
sometimes to get a word in edgewise between two garrulous people. I would very much like to have the opinion of the Open Space Committee here, in a sense representing the public for open space in the township. And we might also ask for the opinion of the Recreation Council, who in a sense represent the public for the active developed recreation. I think there's a real philosophical question to move from the capital expenses of open space and active recreation to a dedicated positions to be paid for out of this budget. I'm not necessarily saying it can't and shouldn't be done. I'm saying I'd like to hear the opinion of the Open Space Committee before we make a decision on this.
And I'm guessing that you'll be right next to me at the table here next Tuesday as we listen to what the Open Space Advisory Committee has to say about their proposed
No,
budget.
I'll
Mayor?
be there. Might be at the other end of the table, who knows? But
Councilman Regan?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't disagree pretty much with anything that was said here, but I do believe it's not a fork in the road. We could run parallel path here. So I believe that we, council, can give direction to the township manager to do it with anticipating, understanding that we're going to hear comments back from the Open Space Advisory, and even if it's recreation at the next council meeting, it's a lot easier to reduce something and give the direction of the manager to reduce numbers,
Absolutely.
take away versus trying to add it back in. So I would say, like tonight, let's give them the direction that, whatever the majority of the group, the council is, to do that tonight, and then be open to the fact we know we're going to hear various opinions from any advisory board. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I can?
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Zelnick has been sitting there very patiently, waiting for us to move this thing down the road here.
And I'm good with what, and I see nodding heads, at least in some part, to what Councilman Regan just said. So if I don't see any shaking heads, then I'll do what was, well, I see one. All right. So the point is, though, that I have to put it somewhere to make a presentation to open space. So we'll put it in their proposed budget. We'll bring it to open space. The one thing I will say, though, Councilman, is I won't bring it to Rec Council. And the reason why I won't bring it to Rec Council is because we're introducing our budget on March 10th, and the next Rec Council meeting is March 11th. So we're going to introduce a budget. All right. And so, and I don't know to really what involvement Rec Council has in this, but open space certainly has a much more vested interest. We'll go that route. That's for the two labor positions. The whole kit and caboodle.
The whole
Kit and caboodle. All right, so that will be done, and we'll talk about that next Tuesday. The other position here that we discussed was the part-time junior mechanic position. I don't know what, I'm going to look for nods of yes or no, and I know.
I'm
So
leaning towards no.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Regan?
Bob, you said that the rationale here is that we would bring in a part-timer because we have full-time mechanics or authorized
Yes.
or certified
certified mechanics.
who are part of their 8-hour day that we're paying them to be certified mechanics. They're driving a car to drop off, that we could actually have
you got it.
someone that has really no mechanical educational training.
Correct.
So going along the lines of what Councilwoman Sherman was questioning later about the efficiencies, I certainly see the efficiencies in this move, and I would be supportive of this position.
Ditto.
I am as well.
I am too.
Mr. Mayor?
Not that this...
Right, no, okay, no.
Councilman Kramer?
We're allowed to disagree, that's why there's 9 of us.
Councilman Kramer?
So first, I'd like to point out, the reason why you don't get recognized by the last 2 mayors is they've tended to lean to the right, and we sit on the left.
Wow.
It's because I put up my hand rather than jumping in.
See, and the problem is, I guess, though, that Councilman Chase, is that you look at me and I don't recognize. He does, so I don't step on toes.
As far as the efficiency, and I see I'm outnumbered here, as far as the efficiency goes, if we were selling product and making money, then we would have 2 mechanics making money doing higher level things that we could charge at a higher level for, and then have someone else running errands back and forth. We're not going to get more product this way. We're not going to get more income this way, but we will spend more money this way. So, if we want to put this in for next year, I say put it in for next year, but I'd like to.
So I understand.
Wait, and you'll let me finish.
No, of course.
Thank you. We're putting in 4 police, we're putting in a GIS. We got to draw the line somewhere, and this is where I choose to draw the line, but I value your opinions if you're going to draw it somewhere else. That's all I have to say.
Councilman Chase?
I'd just like to answer that argument. What it means is that the master mechanics, or call them that, will spend all of their time doing what master mechanics do. Therefore, the equipment they're working on gets fixed faster, gets back in use faster. And that is a real efficiency involved.
Mr. Mayor.
Now,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done.
Okay.
No.
I think I've made the point.
You did, and I will not vote for this because of the reason that these are provable facts. You could have come to us saying we can turn over and get everything out there faster, and instead of asking without giving us the justification.
Well, I
for it.
think that I disagree.
Okay.
And I will state my disagreement. What Councilman Chase just said is contrary to what you just said. What he just said is, it makes you more efficient. There is no dollar figure attached to that efficiency. The car or the truck or the lawnmower that is broken gets fixed faster. It doesn't make us more efficient in a dollar sense. It makes us more efficient in a service sense. The dollars, maybe on a stretch, is when you have 50 police cars and 10 of them are broken. That means the 40 that you have left get used more often. And if you space out the number of miles traveled by a police officer or a police force on a daily basis, and you spread it out over 50 cars instead of 40 cars, it means that you use them less so they last longer. And I can't affix a dollar figure to that. But if I can get those 10 cars that are broken fixed faster, it means that I spread out the life of those vehicles longer. And it's such a long period that it's fractions of a cent a day, maybe, but nonetheless, it makes the car last longer. So there is no dollar affixed to this efficiency. There's a service affixed to this efficiency.
In order to
Well,
move
you
this-
could actually maintain a smaller fleet. I mean, maybe 1 or 2 cars.
Quite
smaller.
possibly, yes.
But if by doing this, you save the cost of 1 car per year, that pays for this position.
Right.
Okay. In order to move this along, I say we poll the council and take.
You're the boss.
Okay, motion for the junior mechanic part-time to be added to the budget.
I asking straight out clarification on the position, so I'm not going to vote until I
just said
get a
what
couple.
it is.
What more do you want, Councilman?
Costing-
I don't know what more I can give you.
Costing $30,000.
Okay.
Hopefully, there'll be greater
So I
productivity,
had a question for
efficiency, wear and tear on the whole fleet will be lower.
I appreciate that,
Those are-
Councilman Prasad, but I was going to ask the person proposing the job, the position, if I could.
By all
Okay,
means.
so about how many hours is this 25,000 supposed to be?
About the maximum. we
It's a
do-
25-hour position, as are all of our part-time positions. 25 hours a week to be used as how he sees fit.
Okay, so this person's not going to be around doing all this all the time, so you're still going to have master mechanics out there doing these errands that you're saying they shouldn't be
If you
doing?
schedule service calls and you have this person work 5 hours a day, 5 days a week, then certainly you can schedule things in such a way that that's the person who runs the vehicle to, say, Maloof Ford because it's a warranty call. And you do that in the morning when he works those 5 hours in the morning. He does the oil changes and air filters changes in the morning when he's there. So you schedule around the part-time employee's position like we do all of our part-time positions. It's how it's just a management of time.
I would like to second the motion.
All those in favor of adding the part-time mechanic to the budget?
Aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye. Opposed.
Opposed.
Okay, the ayes have it.
Ayes have it, the motion carries.
Very good. Okay. That completes this exercise on staffing.
Ugh.
So now we can move to capital budget.
Tom, you still here?
Still here.
Okay. Just checking.
Capital budget is under tab 4, as I said earlier. Just have to get there.
Oh, there's a foot of snow out there since we've come in.
Is it?
Is it snowing? Oh.
So we can start with the technology capital requests.
Salt.
There is, it's on page 4-2.
Tab 4.
Tab 4, all the way in the back of the book. 4-2 is the page with the technology capital requests. Justin?
Okay. The technology capital requests are broken down between township requests and water requests. We have a total of $301,000 for 15. This year's technology, just because you're not used to seeing it like this, we did do a multi-year plan this year, which you haven't seen before, so that's why this is broken down this way. We have from the construction department, this is one project. It would be deploying iPads to the inspectors. These would be 4G iPads, so they would have a monthly fee with them. This would be using our existing spatial data logic software, so there's no software investment. We're capitalizing on something that we already spend on. We're keeping the inspectors out in the field longer, making them more efficient, allowing them to do more inspections on a site, unexpected inspections in some of our developments. So if they came out for 1 and 2, but 3 and 4 also happen to be ready now, they'll have the data available to them. So that's the idea there. In Public Works, we're requesting about $100,000 from Public Works, and there's an additional $100,000 in water as well for security improvements. These are for exterior building cameras, which we did not do in the initial phase of security that we did about 2 years ago. So these are exterior cameras. These are exterior door locks. There are cameras across the street at 12 Berry Street that will also keep an eye on the mini dump convenience center and the impound yard. We have some security issues there that Carl has identified. I don't know if you want to jump in on that, but that need to be dealt with. Continuing down, $35,000 for a vehicle maintenance tracking and ticketing system.
Excuse me, sorry to get into operational, but the scrap metal is an area that things can go away because is that where, will the cameras include that area?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you.
So continuing down, $35,000 for a vehicle maintenance tracking and ticketing system. This is, the manager alluded to this a little bit earlier, that we've been trying to track how much repairs cost. The existing system is end of life, end of support, and just woefully inadequate. It was purchased by previous public works managers, honestly, without IT's involvement, and this one won't be. This one will be functional. So that's what that is.
Do you have, you're going to put this out to bid, or you have, because of the point price, you have a vendor product in mind?
There's a state contract for software that we'll probably try to utilize first.
Okay.
General information technology requests, $50,000 for our annual ongoing replacement of hardware, printers, servers, et cetera. $25,000 to replace the cable station equipment. I think every member of council probably is aware of the audio issues that we've been having ongoing for the past 4 to 5 months.
Could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
I'm not sure if people at home heard it, so.
That's right, someone at home is.
This $25,000 will, the cable station equipment is original to when we launched the station many, many years ago. This will replace just about everything in there. We'll also be replacing at least one camera in here because it's just about dead. And this will also enable live streaming of council meetings over the internet, and actually one step further, live streaming of the entire station 24/7. So
Finally.
it's an added bonus there.
Finally.
Councilman Kramer's happy.
It's just a free bonus, Deputy Mayor.
It's a bonus.
It makes the man down there happy.
$50,000.
No, it's $25,000 to replace all of the equipment in the cables. We have to have a cable TV station. We have to replace the equipment periodically.
Yeah, this is added bonus. This is not.
How much does the added bonus cost?
The added bonus is included. There's a small annual fee of $2,000 a year.
Oh.
Yeah, the 25, it doesn't affect the hardware, really. The hardware's the hardware. It's just, it enables us to do that, so.
So you don't have
Wasn't
to wait to watch your.
some of the income from this, from the signing on fee for...
So we anticipate, we have not finished negotiating the franchise agreement yet, but we anticipate a grant from Comcast. I can't disclose that amount yet because we don't know what it is, but we anticipate that it will cover that.
That's what I thought, okay.
Yeah, but we still need to put it in the budget.
Oh, fine, I certainly get enough complaints about it, so I'm happy.
We do too, so I really want to replace it. $60,000, the hardware that the telephone system runs on is end of life. But hardware has a life cycle and it has reached its end of life. So we need to just replace the hardware. The software is covered by our existing maintenance agreements. It's just the servers.
And there are some of us who say, don't replace that, and then the phones just don't ring anymore. So there's some advantages to that as well.
Could I just go back up to the iPads for SDL?
Yes.
So these iPads are for construction?
Yes.
Inspectors going out?
Yes.
And the type of application that's going to run on that?
SDL is Spatial Data Logic.
Okay.
That's our current town management software. It will run on an iPad.
It's a purpose-built iPad.
Yeah, right.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually not too worried about the cost. So the iPads itself, is the storage of any data on that's going to be local to that device, or it's all?
No, it's all
there is
cloud-based.
Okay,
So-
I wanted to understand if there was what encryption.
In short, you may have noticed our citizen request portal has been upgraded recently. That upgrade to that enabled the mobile apps.
Okay.
It all runs off that portal
Okay,
system.
So there won't be any, on that device, there won't be any storage?
No.
Any,
No.
Resident or
Nope.
commercial?
And there's no PII in that system anyway.
Right.
Okay, thank you,
No, good question, but yeah, no.
because that's what I deal with.
Yeah, I know.
PHI and PII.
We hardly store an API, to be honest with you. Moving on down, the next group of iPads came out of our planning and zoning department. We have launched Minute Track for the planning board and the zoning board, similar to what you all use for your agendas. So this will be one set of iPads not assigned to any planning board or zoning board members, but the planning and zoning department will keep them. They'll put them out at the beginning of the meeting, use them for the duration of the meeting, collect them back. So it's one set for planning, zoning, and actually Mark has said he'll try to extend it to the redevelopment board as well. So that's that.
But how then will board members study materials before the meeting?
They will have to use a device at home. And that was the initial plan. And as Mark and I kind of went through this, he said, it would really be useful if we had something here to ensure that they have the agenda in front of them. He didn't want to have a mismatch of, at least during the meeting operationally, he wanted to make sure he had something in front of them.
They don't have to print it out at home.
Correct. Much like you can log in from your home computer and look at the agenda and not print it out. The planning and zoning board members will be able to do the same thing, and then when they come here, they'll be able to access the same agenda and attachments on those iPads that are out for the day, for their meeting.
Well, if I log in from home, I can look at the agenda, but I can't look at all of the supporting material.
Well, you can if you log in.
Yeah, I can.
Correct.
I can talk to you about that offline.
You can.
I mean, you should be
It's
able to.
available.
Yeah, I
The
was
big
gonna
plans will
ask,
still
how
be
do you
big
get
plans.
minutes
Right,
tracked
okay.
Yes.
on your home computer?
Yes, he knows that too.
But it's just a website.
It's a website. Yeah, so they won't need to install anything. It's just the website.
Justin, directly related to what you're proposing, has any consideration ever been given to reconfiguring this so that we just have screens, computers? I'm not a big tech guy.
It popped into my head
Because
actually, Mark kinda had that.
because shuffling around and giving out, I've seen them in places to have this wired so it's actually could be used at any time by anybody, and obviously you would be the mastermind behind that.
I mean,
'Cause I
each-
would prefer to look.
Each one
backward.
requires a computer. The cost of an iPad is far less than a computer, and the replacement life is roughly the same with an iPad that it is with a desktop computer. The cost is a factor, Councilman. It just costs more.
Yeah, but if something's here, it's not going to get handled the way it does, tossed around
Well,
the way
that's
it
what
does. I
tablets
mean,
are intended
again,
for.
pound wise, penny for. I'm just asking if it was been considered, it's been in the analysis. I think it's a great direction to move in, but
We did think about it. It would obviously require reconstruction of the dais. I mean, there's a lot more costs associated with installing them into the dais than just buying 14 iPads. And the only people that are really going to be handling them are staff. So if, it's Mark and Vince who literally will put them out for the board. They will collect them for the board. They will store them for the board. So, but yeah, we did actually. That was our first gut. Was, well, maybe it's time to just put something into the dais. But construction would, we'd have to cut the dais, and I mean, there's a whole lot more to it than just buying the iPads.
In defense of streaming video, those of us, which I have long sought, those of us who have satellite TV cannot watch the channel. We can get the meetings, but not the actual channel with the slideshow, et cetera. So for $2,000 a year, I think it's worth that. Thank you.
Okay.
Money well spent.
Okay.
Sorry, water utility is okay? Continue.
Okay.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. In the water utility, these are 10 4G iPads for ticketing, particularly for meter replacement is where we're going to start with it. Again, supporting the SDL function that we already pay for, similar app, but to aid in the operations of the water utility. So it's very similar to construction's proposal. And the mobile device management software that goes with it. Inventory management system, this is for what's on the shelf. These are valves and pipe and equipment that comes in and out. This is to track how many do we have, do we need to reorder, et cetera, and it can be extended to other things in the public works operation. If Carl wants to chime in.
So it syncs up with the main server.
Inventory management?
Inventory management, well, yeah.
Okay.
We don't have anything right now. There's
We have
nothing
nothing,
in place
so
right
this
now.
is-
So this is
So
new.
from an iPad.
To
it
do
syncs up.
inventory management. Oh, no, so the inventory management is just, it would be within the Public Works standalone. I mean, it will be server-based, but not iPad-based.
Yeah,
The iPad is for
Okay.
for the field.
So they scan the barcode or whatever. And
Correct.
Got it,
That's what it
exactly.
is,
Before
There
they
you
take it
have
out.
it. Yep, that's it.
Remote meter server upgrades. This is the FlexNet system that's in place with the constant reads, the radio remote reads that we have in portions of the town. The system that supports that is end of life by the vendor. There's no choice. We have to upgrade it. And the last thing is the security improvements that are already mentioned earlier. So that rounds out the complete technology capital. There are some technology items in the public works budget, which I'll let these guys cover, but I'll be here for the tech side of it as well.
Okay.
Questions?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to this for one moment. I see in 2016 you have $100,000 proposed. Obviously, that's not this budget cycle, but that's for replace, upgrade council chambers AV. So I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I think we need, let me finish,
No,
Bob,
you asked what it
please.
was.
I know, but let me get the question out. So for years, we were talking, I remember Ken Daly talking about a system where we wanted to see something, pull it up, every council person sees it or it's on there. Is, getting back to those pads, is this not something we should just roll into an upgrade of this room to get it high-tech, using these screens individually in sync with their, because it's not the $14,000, but if we're going to do it, let's do it right. Maybe do it this year.
The AV system the AV system, and really I should have probably just said sound system, but I was expanding it a little bit. It's the microphones, it's the amp that's in there, it's what I'm holding, it's the mayor having to constantly tell the members of the public to put the mic 2 inches away from your face and speak directly into it. This had been actually brought to me from some council members 5 or 6 years ago. When we priced it, it was pretty high. So that's where that is. And it's the projector and the speakers. It's also the overflow speakers in the hallway that don't really work very well. Maybe getting some TVs out there to show the meeting as well as just listen to the meeting. Right. That's. I mean, it's obviously for next year, but that's what was in my head.
But it wouldn't involve anything to here?
Not what I was in my head and not what I was proposing, but it could, but that's not what I had envisioned, no.
I'm sorry, we're getting a new projector?
But possibly. Upgrading everything and tying in, so.
But it's working.
It's actually quite on the fritz right now.
It's actually not working very well, and he was very concerned that you were going to have a PowerPoint because he said, do I need to have a portable one in here in case it doesn't work?
Wait, forget everything, forget all the upgrades.
So it isn't working well. Okay, fine. I thought it was.
So there.
You know how to get, you know how to get his vote.
You won that
one.
But it's for 60. It's for 60. That's not for this year.
He actually came to me this morning and said, does Phil have a PowerPoint? Because I need to make sure I have a spare in the room.
Mr. Mayor, I yield.
Where else are we on this program so that we can help move it along?
We are now to capital request vehicles 4-25. Everything other than police can be covered here. Some of it, Carl, if you don't mind, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to go through because I have knowledge of this. The construction department is requesting 2 vehicles at a cost of $54,000. As you're aware, the construction code moves cars through construction into other departments after several years. It's part of our spend down of the surplus of our construction code office. So those 2 vehicles are just replacement vehicles and trickle down to other departments such as engineering. Fire prevention, 1 pickup truck. The pickup truck that's proposed was one of 2 that was originally proposed in the 2014 capital budget.
Right.
John House was nice enough to give up 1 last year and said, I'll be a team player. This is the second in a replacement. It replaces a 2003 Blazer that's out of service. These are emergency response vehicles.
Yeah.
Public Works. I'm going to let Public Works talk about Public Works. I'm going to jump ahead to Rec. Senior Transportation Minibus. This is a 22 to 24 passenger minibus.
We already talked about it. We talked about this already.
Well, not in this, and here we did, in a budget hearing?
Yeah, the last.
We got it all
on
with that,
Monday
right?
night.
On Monday.
Okay, so there you have it. So that's that. The Public Works vehicles are what I'll let Tom and Carl cover. Thank you. We talked about it at 3 different meetings, Deputy Mayor. At this point, I'm never sure which one
That's
was.
true. I understand.
Okay?
I understand.
I talked about it a lot. So, Public Works vehicles.
And if you remember, I'll start off before turning it over to Carl. If you remember last year, Public Works asked for no vehicles, so.
Yes.
0.
I will start with that and let Carl explain what he's asking.
And thank you for that.
Very, very good.
2 in a row would be great.
Not going to happen.
Okay.
Public Works vehicles, first one asking for a triaxle tandem. This will give us the ability to pick up road materials in larger quantities. Also, the ability to pick up salt. Currently, we have delivery issues, which we mentioned before. If we're able to pick it up, we pick it up directly from the port as the other state trucks do. Mason dump wood plow would replace a 2001 vehicle, which is currently in the graveyard, going to auction. Pickup wood plow, another vehicle that's in the graveyard. It replaces a 2002 vehicle, which basically has rusted out. Utility body mechanics truck. Recently, we had to send another vehicle out to help this vehicle, which broke down. It is a 2002. It holds various materials as well as a compressor compressor tank, gas to, aid in roadside repair of vehicles, get them back to the garage.
That's it for Public Works, yes.
So on the last one, you had to send out a fix-it vehicle to get your fix-it vehicle.
Correct.
Correct.
Right, so those last three seem, clearly they're rusted out, they're in the graveyard, they need to be replaced. The triaxle though that's for those watching, it's almost $200,000. It seems like a great nicety and yes, maybe more efficient, but I'd like to hold off on that one.
What is that one used for?
Picking up road materials. Currently, when we get material delivered, the hauling cost is built into the delivery of the material. Last year alone, we spent about $13,000 just to have somebody deliver material to the yard. It would also give us the ability to pick up larger quantities of asphalt, do more repairs in a given day, larger areas.
So if you replace that $13,000 in delivery costs by buying this vehicle, the payback is something over 10 years, maybe 15 years to make up that cost.
Yeah.
From what my mechanics are telling me, the vehicle's a 20-year vehicle.
I was about to ask you that because I saw where Councilman Chase was going with his question. So you're saying you got the truck today, it's going to last 20 years, and we're going to get that payback for 10, 15, whatever $1,000 per year, right?
That's a very slow payback.
Anybody with a calculator, 195 divided by 13.
15 years. And there's insurance.
But you don't run the trucks for free.
And there's insurance and maintenance and everything else.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
And if you're picking up salt in it, I don't know that it'll last 20 years. Just because of the corrosion by the salt.
Well, it won't be a steel body, it'll be a aluminum body or stainless steel body that, when it comes back, it'll be washed, like we do all our other salt trucks.
But to us, it sounds more like a nice to have. It doesn't sound like a necessity. Unless
Sounds
you
more
can
like a-
convince us, right?
Sounds more like a want than a need.
Yeah, more like a want than a need.
Is there
Can you
anything,
convince us?
anything strategic about being able to pick up our
I'm
salt?
not commenting on this one in
Okay, with
particular.
no comment.
So no. So yeah, and while Carl may not want to hear this, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I think that there are great benefits to have vehicles like this when we are in a very good position for one particular reason. We take a lot of blacktop and fix holes in roads, and we get sand and we get stone, and we do all of those things, and we are lucky enough to have a quarry right here in our very own town. If we had to transport those materials over long distances because we didn't have that facility in our town, I would probably be far more supportive of this particular request. I will tell you that towns like Hillsborough and Bridgewater and South Brunswick have trucks this size. And I also think that there would be a benefit to have a truck this size to plow certain roads that we have here in the town. Davidson Avenue, Cottontail Lane, Campus Drive. But I wonder, do we have enough to support a $200,000 vehicle like this? And while what I would ask Mr. Houck is to really, if we come back in 2016 and he's worked up really and shown the necessity for this vehicle in a greater way than even I was convinced, then I will support it. But right now, it's difficult for even me to support this particular expense. It's a great one at $200,000. And again, I think that we have to prioritize, and we have things that we do need. And in that capital budget, there are things that I do support strongly, because I think that they would be more beneficial to the overall operation than perhaps this truck would be.
Okay.
And also, is there such a thing as a used one of these?
There is.
Something to consider?
And it's another thing that can be pursued.
Yeah, just a thought.
You know, these trucks are built as million-mile trucks. I mean, they're well, no, and in our case, maybe million hour, but they are, you know, the engines and chassis of these engines are no different than over-the-road tractor trailers, and they are meant to go a million miles. The truth is, he's right, it is a 20-year truck. I'm not disputing
But we
that.
don't have one now.
But we don't have one now.
Yeah.
No, we don't. And so.
And I would point out that in 2018, we're looking to replace our large dump truck,
A large dump truck.
which is 160,000.
That's correct. And we do have some big ones, just not that big.
Right, we need to be saving our pennies.
So anyway, it would sound, and I based
Sounds
on the
like there's not a
questions,
lot of support.
that we can move
No.
past that.
Yeah.
We're
Are
in
we supposed
support.
to do open space, township manager, finance, and all other stuff tonight?
Yes, tonight.
All right, because it's 10:25.
Correct.
Keep moving.
I am getting tired and rude, as you can say, by...
So what I will say is that
Poor
you have,
Fran is sitting
the
here.
water utility proposes 2 vehicles. And so I'll let Carl touch on the 2 vehicles.
The first one is an emergency utility vehicle, similar to what fire prevention has. Currently, our vehicle that goes out for water break emergencies is a 1998, and it's on its last legs. For the amount of work and material that you need on a water main break, we currently run back to the yard just because the vehicle cannot handle the amount of material we need to carry on it and keep in supply for a water main break. The vehicle is pretty much in the shop more than it is able to be out on the road. Currently, this year, we had to use a box trailer to bring material with the generator and compressor, jackhammers to the site.
I'm sold. This is paid for by water?
What are you...
Paid for by water, and it consolidates all the necessary equipment to do a water main break into one vehicle, provides a crane to move the pipe, and it is actually a much safer method to do it than we currently are. So, good. I'm glad to hear, and it looks like there were some nods. This is a water utility expense. We can move it on. Capital non-vehicles. Oh, and there's a pickup with plow again. This is a replacement of a vehicle. Okay. Capital non-vehicles.
Capital non-vehicles, the first thing, as I said earlier, Carl going down to Public Works. He's looking at things from an engineering point of view and long-term and maintenance on the building, and that's what these projects are. The first is a fire sprinkler upgrade. Currently, the fire sprinklers that are out there are not in compliance. I'll let Carl talk about it, actually.
The sprinkler heads coming out of the last group of inspections needed to be replaced in the senior building.
The next thing on there is lighting replacements within there, within the senior building. That's to get to a more efficient fixture, saving money long-term. The program that we did in this building, switching out the lighting, had a 6-year payback, and this would have a similar payback on it. So it would be about a 6-year payback on the investment. And the last one there is window repairs, and that is broken windows.
Broken windows, leaking windows, windows that may be on the south side which need window film for additional glazing for, sun exposure.
And obviously, you recognize when we say broken windows, we don't mean the glass. This is non-functioning cranks and things like that. This is all senior buildings.
Yes.
Yeah, like that building, that window in there in your
Yes.
conference room. You got it, exactly. And obviously, this is then replacing windows with more efficient windows.
Energy efficient
Energy
windows.
efficient.
Engineering, first project is the road resurfacing which is 2.5 million. That's continuing the program that we had going on. The second item within there is the Board of Ed sidewalk improvements.
We should probably rename that.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was hoping you would.
Actually, I
I looked up on that
I believe that
one.
when we went through this in financial oversight, I said then we need to rename that.
Yes,
Get rid of the BOE part of this. So get rid of the BOE part of it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. It's not a Board
Now,
of
we-
Education project.
I think we had this in the budget last year, but
We did.
spent it.
We haven't spent any, correct.
Right.
So as this is that, yes. No money was spent.
There was some engineering done. I mean, I know.
It's at this point, yes, none of it has been charged. There's no capital ordinance,
right.
so we've paid for it, but none of it out of this
Turn it into
750.
a capital ordinance.
Yeah, we have to do a capital ordinance to charge. We haven't done that, so therefore, any money that's been spent thus far is just out of the regular budget.
Okay, let's keep moving.
Yep.
Municipal building, the first one is the code building roof replacement, not repair. The roof on that building is leaking and needs to be replaced.
But that's, oh wait, that's because of the solar?
Because of the solar that went on.
Correct.
Next project is the municipal building roof siding, which is the peeling, ugly mess
Yeah.
that you see.
You're going to replace the whole thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Right, yeah, we had this conversation, there's no way to phase that.
Can't fix it, can't repaint it. It was improperly painted before, needs to be replaced. If you don't like the way it looks, which none of us do.
What are you replacing?
All of the peeling paint
Okay.
materials
Because
all over
at
the
one
building.
point, years back, Ken Daly was working on it. It was suggested that there was I thought you were in on it, Tom, that there's a way to attach pretty much maintenance-free panels to disguise and basically like a facade.
Basically, what you're going to do is take the
facade.
panels that are there off and put a fiberglass type,
We're replacing what's
panel.
there.
It's being replaced.
So similar to what we talk about, just replace instead of attach.
Yep.
They're almost
Okay.
off already. They're falling off. They're
paint's
practically
falling
No,
off.
the paint's falling off.
It's just
They're
the
not.
paint
It's
that's
just-
they're
falling
not-
off.
oh.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
it's
take the
the
panels
paint.
off and put
Okay.
new ones up.
Yeah, you
that are-
cannot paint them.
Oh, okay.
They're like, they'll be a color, so
And-
there is no paint. The material is a color.
And the
Brown.
lifetime on these?
20, 30 years.
How long do things like fiberglass shutters
Yeah.
last? That's like kind of what we're talking about here.
Or
that material.
house siding.
Yeah.
That's the life of it.
Yeah.
It'll fade,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
but it won't peel.
A lot of money.
Right.
Um,
Public safety
We already
building, we've
talked
already
about
gone
that, right?
through. Public works building.
Public Works Building, I will turn over to Carl.
Public Works access control gates, automated gates tying into the security system, similar to what we're looking to do for Public Works on the IT side. Fence repair and replacement, we have sections of fence that are falling down, broken, have been vandalized, not only along the convenience center, but also the rear of Public Works building. Vinyl floor replacement, the second phase, we'll be able to finish out the building. We had some issues with the tile and removal of the tile this first phase, so this will complete the building.
And the issue involved asbestos in the mastic that adhered the tile to the floor.
Building lighting improvements, part of the bays, I guess, were done, the maintenance bays were done under the former efficiency program, but none of the admin offices were done, as well as the shop areas and bathroom areas of the building. And garage bay heaters, we currently have 2 heaters which are non-functioning.
The bays, I see the mayor's quizzical look there.
I'm just
The
curious
bays
why
have
they're
large
not-
heaters.
No, I understand
And
that.
you have to obviously,
You have to
our
maintain them.
employees work in there,
Mhm.
so our mechanics can't work in the cold.
And we
And
have diesel
they
trucks.
also, you have diesel trucks that are stored there that have to maintain a temperature so that they don't freeze.
Next up is Public Works, not building, other Public Works improvements. The first one is the fuel pump management system, and actually, I'm going to let Justin talk on this one.
So this system is what tracks how much gas goes in the vehicles. It has locations, wherever all of our pumps are. There's a piece that goes there. There's also a piece, a server piece, and a workstation piece to this. This was end of life last year. The previous public works manager was asked to explore this, and it didn't get put on. This needs to be done. The existing system also runs on a Windows XP system, has no upgrade path from that, and I have to get rid of the Windows XP machines for security reasons. I don't have a choice. So this, I'm all but saying this really, really needs to be done.
So I get, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead.
So I get the XP because they're not supporting its end of everything, and the maintenance on it is astronomical. But this system does, explain to me a little.
Runs
more.
our fuel distribution system. We have gas pumps at the Public Works Garage. We have gas pumps here. All of the vehicles, you pump the system that allows you to put in your card, your employee, your mileage, and all of those other things. This is the back end of that system that runs your gas delivery system. And like Justin said, and he sounded like he didn't want to say it, the issue with the XP machine, and the reason why we absolutely have to get rid of it, is not just that it's no longer supported, but the Attorney General, because it's on our network, won't allow it with our police department.
This is security.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I didn't.
So yeah, that's it. We got to get rid of it.
This is non-negotiable.
It's
Okay.
got to go.
Right. Okay.
Next up on there is line painting machine, and I'll actually turn the rest of them over to Carl.
Our current line painting machine is at least 15 years old, and we weren't able to do much work just because it was in the shop more than we were able to get out and do striping on the roads, intersections, improvements, crosswalks for school, crossing guards and children crossing intersections.
Stop bars. Sure.
Stop bars.
Sure, bring up children crossing guards. Sure.
We got to stripe the lines.
You're right. Sealing of the 3 gas tanks at Public Works. This has been in a couple years. They leak, and every 10 days we have to siphon off water above the gas.
We get water leaking in, not
Leaks in.
leaking out.
Sold.
Not gas leaking out.
Yeah, I would think
So they need to be sealed.
we wouldn't have had 3 years denied it if it was leaking out.
Yeah. Generator remote monitoring for the 2 generators we have. This would give the ability for the generators to tell us what's happening with them, so they are ready to be used in an emergency. We do, annual checks on them, quarterly checks on them, and then we do, the system, or the generators are exercised once a month.
We unfortunately, we have emergency generators for a number of our facilities, but we really have no way of monitoring whether they're on or not, and to exercise them and make sure that they're ready to come on when they're needed. So that's what this system is for.
Canal Road guide rail replacement, Phase 3. This would add to the other phase money, and we can go out to bid for a larger project that we would get people to bid on for the guardrail. Areas we need to fix, areas we need to replace, or even add on Canal Road for each of the sections of that we've paved.
And that's a special guardrail. It's not the stuff that's standard all over the place.
And it's most important that we put it on the
Merritt
section
Parkway
just
guardrail.
north of Grouser Road on Canal Road. It really, really needs it north of Grouser Road, most definitely of all places. Is there an issue with that, Councilman Kramer?
I love the guardrails.
It's called Merritt Parkway Guide Rail, if you ever really want to know. You just go drive on the Merritt Parkway, you see it. It's beautiful things. Somehow or another, someone thought it was a great idea about 15 years ago when we put it in. And it cost a whole lot of money when we did it, and it cost a lot of money to replace it.
Yeah, I dimly remember there being a lot of argument about.
Yes, there was.
Yes.
People who argued for the aesthetics of wood and people who argued for the safety of steel, and so they got both.
They got both. Yep. So that's that. And the last thing, I guess, is salt barn lighting, which is an interesting little addition to our capital. Carl?
The lighting for the proposed salt barn was not included in the previous capital amount for the install of the salt.
Well, we must have light.
So it was going to be dark, and it would be really hard to load those trucks with salt in the dark, so now we must put lights on it.
And this is actually a project where we are purchasing the material, and the Board of Ed is going to be doing the installation for us.
Because they have an electrician.
So it's really getting done at a cheap rate.
Okay, recreation.
We already talked about
We
this.
talked about that.
Yep.
We're done. Next page. Open space. This is equipment specifically for maintenance in our parks, lawn mowers and ball field grooming machine. The 12-foot lawnmower obviously makes it a much more efficient way to cut grass in our parks, because instead of using a 6-foot wide mower, you use a 12-foot wide one, and you only have to do half as many passes. So that is...
or use half the manpower.
And so those are open space capital requests, and the trailer is obviously to transport the mower. In our parks, these are capital projects that are, and rather than belabor this, because this council has heard this list before, all of these things are taken from the improvement and repair list that was has gone in front of council before. It's the 2013, 2014, 15, 16, 17 plan. This is just moving forward with that, except for one thing, well, actually two things. The Middlebush Park entries, if you see. So the end zone nets, which, I'm sure Councilman Wright can chime in. The end zone nets were things that were not included in the original, and that's to put at the end of the end zone, so when they kick the field goals, it doesn't hit the scoreboard. And the
Gotta love that scoreboard.
Gotta love that scoreboard. And then the Middlebush Park Patriot Field turf field lines. What that is for is the field that has the Patriot in the middle. That's why we call it the Patriot Field.
The first field.
The first field that we built was not striped sideways to allow for 3 small soccer fields to allow for 3 practices at once. The other field was. This will now allow for 6 soccer practices at once on the turf fields instead of 3 on one and 1 on the other. This is allows for side.
$150,000.
Well, you got to understand, absolutely. When you think that the turf fields themselves cost about 1.2 to 1.4 million, you're going in and you're sewing in all of the lines. This isn't painting it. This is cutting the field and sewing in the new lines as part of the turf.
Right.
So yes, that's what
All the lines that are on the field are not painted lines. They're actually,
that's the
that's
color.
the dye color, and they're sewn into where they
How
are.
long does that last?
As
as
long as the field
the
does.
turf field.
Okay.
Yep.
So I do have to ask this question. So since you're going to sew in to allow 3 more practice fields?
Yes.
For a total of 6?
Yes.
Has someone done the capacity to say if I have 6 fields being used for practice, that I have a parking lot to support all the cars and the parents and the people with associates?
Well, when we pave that parking lot, the answer is yes. There will be adequate parking for practice purposes for that, yes.
I think we did that
the
last
parking
year.
the parking lots were done with the thought for games, and those have a larger number than the practices. So we'll be fine with the parking. So that's the parks. Again, that's also open space funded capital projects. Yes.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Kramer?
Thank you. And I'm just checking and pointing out to other council members, all those line items going to the right that would normally be additional years, that was like a spreadsheet spoof.
Oh, correct, I'm sorry.
Next year, it's not
Next to
$7
ball
million.
field maintenance groomer, you mean?
Yeah.
Those numbers, that was just a spreadsheet error, and we didn't wind up going ripping out everybody's pages out of it.
So all the columns afterwards are to be ignored.
Right, you can, yeah, the only number that's of any relevance is column number 1.
Thank you.
Right. So, there's a subtotal open space capital projects of $972,000, and this is all park repair and improvement. The water utility, I'll let Tom and Carl do water utility.
This is a continuation of the improvement plan that Howard Chi came up with. Exterior painting of the Vliet Road tank, which has been talked about previously. The annual valve replacement program, once again, talked about previously. The hydrant replacement program, we purchased a lot of hydrants last year that were not installed, so therefore we're not looking for any money this year to do that. Automated meter reading and transmitters, that's just continuing that program on to completion, not to completion, but the next phase of it. What's next? Landing lane boost.
Nope, Berry Street garage doors.
Berry Street garage doors. That I'm going to turn to Carl.
The 12 doors are, I would say, 20-plus years old, and we just recently had a safety inspection, and 90% of them need major repairs, as well as they have holes in them, they leak, and one door actually with the hole in them just has a sign closing it off, so it's a safety issue as well as a security issue.
Next item is the fence repair, similar to the Public Works yard. Next item, I'm going to turn over to Carl.
Walk behind trench tamper. This is for use for backfill of trenches. It compacts. It's a machine that will compact the material going back in, and it can be remotely operated from above grade, at grade. And it's a safety issue, so we don't have man in the trench that's 6 feet deep.
Next item there is the landing lane booster pump variable frequency drive conversion. Sorry. And that it's 50,000 listed, but it actually needs to be changed to 70,000. We just received bids on another one, and they came in at 61,000. And this is all part of the blending of water eventually. Just the variable speed will save us energy costs also. And the jumping jack is just a tamper to, when you backfill a trench to tamp it down. And the last one is the pump station remote monitoring for emergency generators. Just like on the Public Works side, a monitoring system for the emergency generators that are in the pump stations.
And this is all funded out of the...
Water, all out of water. Yep. Okay.
The additional columns there are real, though.
Those additional, well, that's the 5-year plan for water. Yes.
So why are we waiting on the annual main replacement and clean?
The reason why we're waiting on the annual main replacement is because we went beyond that amount for the amount budgeted for the Little Rocky Hill water main, and so the Little Rocky Hill water main really fulfills 3 years worth of that particular capital project because of its length and cost. So we forego that until. Well, I had a meeting the other day, and it sounds like there may be some promise. So there will be a meeting scheduled soon in Ewing at DOT headquarters. So we're hopefully going to be able to move in some direction on that. We hope. So that's the water utility. That's the capital budget as a whole.
Any other questions?
Okay? All right. Gentlemen, you're done, but I would ask, and I know poor Fran.
Can we delay open space till next?
Yeah.
All right, so.
Let's wait until.
So the next on the budget is finance and the manager. I'm
Let's do
sorry,
her
Fran.
next.
I'm teasing.
Oh, okay.
She's next. Come on up. She's fast. She needed to be here because of the capital budget requests that were included in, and there has been discussion, as you know, about paying for things out of the open space trust.
Yes.
So that's why Fran is here last.
Thank you, Justin.
All right, you guys are all done.
Justin.
No, I don't think you need to stay.
He took off pretty quick there.
Well, I say call.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Tom. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Carl and Tom.
All right, so.
All right, what tab are we going?
We are under tab number 3, and it is 3-1. It is, for argument, it is a one-page budget sheet. And Fran, I am not going to steal your thunder,
No, it's
but I'm
okay.
going to speed through some of this process to make things easy.
It's Hamilton's.
All right. The green column on this is the recommended 2015 budget. This year's proposed budget for open space, and I hesitate to use that word budget because this is more a spending plan than a budget, is $11,320,407. That is an increase of, I have a rough time reading right now, $54,875 over the budget in 2014. Now, of that $11 million, mind you, that was budgeted in 2014, really, our actual expenditures were $436,000. Understand that a huge portion of the open space budget is potential land acquisition monies that are put into this budget that are not necessarily spent. You'll see at the bottom the capital ordinance carryovers from 2014 to 2015 are very close to mirroring each other. The number that increases, the one from 821 to 972, those are those park improvements that we talked about a few minutes ago that were in the capital budget. That number mirrors that number in the capital budget that you heard earlier. So there are those numbers. As far as the operational aspects of the open space budget, that's Fran's kind of bailiwick, so I will let her talk to you about it. But most of that budget is, as I mentioned earlier, 2 years ago, we moved the park maintenance aspect of the municipal budget into open space, and those are the majority of those lines in the budget. So, Fran, that's all you.
Thanks. The Open Space Trust Fund budget for salary and wage, operating expenditure, and capital improvement fund is lower in 2015 than in 14 by about $100,000. That is due to managing each line item under the operating and expense categories. If you take the bond principal and interest payments that are due every year that are anticipated for 2015, they total about $3.2 million. So if you take the $1.3 million plus the $3.2 million, the open space trust fund budget combined is about $4.5 million, which is just slightly over and above 2014. And the operating budget, like I mentioned, is down approximately $100,000, but the bond principal and interest are up approximately $200,000. All said and done, it's basically about a $54,000 increase in 2015.
And it's next year that we end a big bond payment, is that right?
2017.
2017.
17, okay.
A question, this is a question for Bob.
Okay.
Now, if we have to pay tax appeal refund, do we pay tax appeal refund on the open space tax? And if so, does it come out of the open space fund or out of the general fund?
We don't pay the open space. We pay the open space refund out of the municipal fund. We don't pay it out of the open space trust. That is one of the parts of the refund when we pay when we have a tax settlement. Yes, but it just comes out of the reserve for that we have set up for that purpose. Yep. Well, once it's in the trust, it stays in the trust unless you spend it.
The amount here reserved for future use, 380,000. Is that essentially the difference between what has been budgeted to be spent and what is expected to be taken in?
That's the 5%
Yes.
down pay. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at two numbers that are so close to each other.
Yeah.
It's the difference between planned budget.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
The number I'm talking about is further up on the chart, right?
Right above it.
Right above it, see,
That's the
okay.
5% down.
That's the
That's
5%
capital
down pay.
improvement fund.
Right.
Any other questions?
Other questions?
Thank you.
Good night, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thanks for staying all night.
Thank you.
She's actually thanking you because I'll get the bill for this. So that's okay. That comes out of which line here, Fran? It would be that one. It would be that one right there where it says professional and consulting services.
We really had to pay her for sitting here? Really? Seriously? Were you serious?
She'll get paid.
Yeah.
Next time, put her at the beginning.
We should, right.
Should have had her at the beginning.
Well, what I will tell all of you is that in previous years, the open space discussion has lasted longer than any other. So when we put them in the front, then I get criticized for putting them in the beginning. And why am I putting the one that takes 4 hours in the front as opposed to the end?
This
And then I got told last year that the chief of police should go first.
I'll just end it with, this is why you make the big money.
That's why I make the big money. All right. She was earning her keep. All right, so I'll ask you to turn to AG, and we can get through this rather quickly.
The Attorney General?
Attorney General.
It's for ag.
Someone asked me about utilities earlier. AG is the utilities budget. Again, as I see yawns and tired people, I don't want to belabor this. The utilities budget overall shows a decrease of $128,000. Most of that is attributed to a decrease in our electrical costs, and someone said earlier, I certainly would like to attribute that to many different things, including solar panels on our roof, more efficient lighting, and just all of those things that we do to decrease our utility bills, and we've done them, and they are showing some return.
I thought
So,
you were going to say, but it's not.
no, it's absolutely working. We're decreasing our electric budget from $924,000 last year to $800,000 this year. So a decrease of $124,000 in budget.
My question is, each year we budget $3 million and we spend $2.1 million. Why do we budget so much more than we actually spend?
Well, that's a very good question, and the answer is, I guess it's one of those things where we've continued to bring it down, and we have to account for, I look at the numbers and I say, well, we spent 607. So we brought it down, and these numbers continue to decline, and we're erring on the side of caution. We're reducing the budget, but we're not taking the full chunk at once, and we're going to continue to decrease it until such time as we get to the point where we don't ever want to under budget a line like this.
Yeah, but these things, I mean, for instance, street lights.
Mm-hmm.
You should know
No, not
exactly
true. And
how
in
much
fact,
street
that,
lights
I wish I
it's
could
going to
say
be.
that we did, but that is one that continues to increase. Because as developments get turned over to us, and we never know when they're going to get turned over to
But
us.
you never know when the price of gas is going to go up
I mean,
$7.
these are
gallon.
all things
No.
that fluctuate. and-
Gasoline,
Yeah.
will fluctuate. I mean, recently it's fluctuated down.
Yeah, but it
But
could go back
street
up.
lights, I mean, even if you had all of Summerfield's come on all at once, which it won't, it's still a small fraction of the total street lights in the town. So,
But that budgeting hasn't been that far off on the street line.
Request has gone
It
down to
hasn't
2.8, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
street lights, we budgeted
It hasn't been that
1.3
big of a
million,
variance.
spent 1.075.
Correct, and it's about to go up again, and it's gone up, and if you look, it was budgeted at 1.32 million before, and it was at 911. So it went up about $200,000 or $175,000, and, I have no idea what it will go up this year, but we've already adopted at the last meeting another development of their streetlights.
Right.
And the adult communities continue to come on.
And they continue to grow, yes. Let's move on, please.
Okay, so that is utilities, and we're going to go
I
to,
just think that we could,
It should be
particularly the
reinvested.
electricity, we could
Point
take
taken.
some money out of that and apply it to, for instance, some of these additions that we
and we
made
very well may. You raise a valid point, and I can look to move money. The goal of the finance department and the township manager, the CFO and the township manager, after tonight's meeting, will be to go and reevaluate this and look
Yeah.
to see where we can shift money based on your proposals to expand to see if we can continue to maintain the line that we did when we gave you this budget back on Monday. So, yes, absolutely, Councilman. That's what I will do next. And it won't just be the utility line. I'll do a full reevaluation of the budget because I really would like to give you a budget on March 10th that reflects as near a flat budget as I can. If we can absorb some of these increases elsewhere in the budget, we'll do so. Absolutely. Okay? The next one is AH, which are unclassified expenses, and I think that, I don't want to beat a dead horse here. The first one is the tax appeal refunds. We're budgeting this at $500,000. As you can see, there's other sources of funding for this particular reserve, and we've talked about those other sources of funding for it, and we will have, going into 2015, approximately 2.8. Right, I'm sorry. So it'll be a total of $3 million available, should we need it, for tax appeal refunds for 2015.
But this is a line item, unlike the energy.
This is a line item I like to make go away.
Well, absolutely. But it's one that refuses to go away and can go higher, much higher.
Oh, that's my fear.
Right.
I'd like to make it go away, but I'm afraid it's going to get bigger. So my thought is, much like we discussed earlier in this meeting, the need to have open and frank discussions about this, we will.
Strategy, yes.
There we go. So that hopefully will be able to allow us to control that number.
Yes, indeed.
You got to be prepared for the worst, though.
The lien foreclosure lines and the tax, so the tax title lien foreclosures are just that. So, I love this one. Contingent. It's $2,000. It's always $2,000.
Right.
It's $2,000 in every municipality's budget across the state of New Jersey. No one is quite sure why the state of New Jersey requires this line to be in a municipal budget, but they do, by law. I learned that in my CFO class, and I'm sure my CFO will back me up on this. No one is quite sure why the state of New Jersey says you have to have it, but you do.
Okay.
And that's what it is.
Okay.
And we never spend it.
At a 5 to 11,
Yep.
I accept it.
Salary adjustments. So salary adjustments, we are only requesting $100,000 in the 2015 budget versus the $350,000 that was requested in the 2014 budget. These are just what they seem to be. When we settle contracts and we have to make salary adjustments, well, given the fact that we settled a whole bunch of contracts, we don't need to budget quite as much this year.
Okay.
Accumulated leave is just that. Again, we have to budget for the possible payout of accumulated leave. This is one that, if Andy was here, he'd be able to give you the technical reason why we do $700,000. But the $700,000 is a number that's recommended based on a calculation. So that is what we do. And that is all of the other lines in the budget. There is the manager's budget, and I lost my, oh, here we go. The manager's budget is up in the front. It's tab E. My budget is rather boring. My budget has been decreased by $10,800. That is primarily due to a decrease of $10,000 that I recommended in office supplies. As you're aware, we centralized office supplies several years ago. Just in a very efficient manner, we have continued to decrease the costs, and I felt comfortable reducing that by $10,000 this year. We spent far less than we budgeted, and much like Dr. Chase mentioned, since we spent more than we budgeted, I said, let's budget less. The biggest portion of my budget, obviously, is the contingency. I kept it at the same number it was at last year. It is what we all know what it's there for contingencies. The finance budget is J10. tab J, about the most boring budget in the land. Kathy, you want me to do it for you, or you want to do it? I'll do it for you.
On a roll.
We budget the financial consultant's budget in this, and that's it. And I got to be honest with you, it went down $3,600, and the overwhelming majority of that budget is to pay the Hodgelick and Morrison contract to provide the staffing in our finance department. Like I said, I think other than the shade tree, that might be the...
3,000? 3644?
3,600.
3,644.
Went down $3,600 just on some consolidation and that's with some increases in her budget we moved a copy machine into her budget that wasn't there before, so it's still a decrease. And the, like I said, out of a $323,000 budget, 318 of it is the financial consultant's
Okay.
contract.
Yep. What else?
That's it.
And
Still have
so,
to do revenues? Are we done?
no, I think we're done for tonight.
Oh, we are.
We are. As far as the revenue reports are concerned, I had a discussion with Mr. Hodgelick this afternoon. The thought was that we would do the revenue discussions on the 24th at the regular council meeting, at which point
He'll be
Mr.
here.
Hodgelick will be there.
Okay, good.
So that's when we'll do the revenue report. He generally does that
Yes, he
because he's
does.
the one who maintains the ledgers on revenue. So that's when we will do it.
Wonderful.
Just as a point of interest, outsourcing our finance work
Yes.
as such, how much are we saving?
How much are we saving?
If we had to have
at
employees.
$319,000,
Right.
and the associated cost for 3 employees of the type in our finance department.
Right.
I would say that we probably save about $25,000 overall and get a financial consultant for free.
I think he's worth the money. We spent.
Yeah.
Right.
So when you figure that a laborer in Public Works costs us about $80,000 to $100,000, the accounts payable and receivable, the treasurer, and the payroll supervisor are obviously much higher salaries than that. Each one would be in excess of $100,000 with benefits and pension, and it's $319,000. Like I said,
In total.
think we get a pretty darn good bargain there.
Return on the investment.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Just real
That's
quick.
why I asked.
I missed it. I was.
That's okay.
The audit services.
That's what I was saying. Kathy just reminded me. We didn't do audit and we didn't do library and debt, and I can just quickly go over that. So the audit is on
Why don't we do that at the next council meeting?
J12. I just 2 minutes.
Oh, really?
It's 2 minutes. Yeah. J12 is the audit. That's our auditor.
Speak in the mic, we can't hear you.
I said it's $37,800. That contract has been authorized by council. That's our auditor. That's McInerney and Brady doing our annual audit.
J12?
J12.
J12.
Yes, is the page. J13, I'm sorry, not J12, J13. The overall is J12. And then the sub is the annual audit fees is $37,800. That's what our auditor's charging us to do our audit.
And what was the other question, Carl?
No, I just want to. I saw that and I just.
Oh, that
That's
was
all it
it?
was.
Okay,
Oh,
and if you go to just towards the end of the A's, AN, like Nancy, is the library. As a point to bring, obviously we have that library in our OE budget. It's the library tax, but we include that in our budget as mandated by law. Theirs went up $75,000. And I only bring that to your attention because, so that $75,000 is an additional $75,000 in our OE budget that when we came to you on Monday, we kept flat. All right, so that's that. And then debt services under AP And that's just one, that obviously has an increase. The debt service has an increase of $557,000. Again, that's offset by the fact that 2014 was a cash capital year, and this is not. So that's almost pretty much an even swap there, cash for debt service.
Well, I
That
hope
really does-
we've swapped out high interest debt for cheaper, lower cost.
Well, the bonds that we sold recently were, we had incurred debt over the last 5 years, 6 years that we hadn't bonded for. So that was, we needed to replace the cash that was missing from, that we needed to replenish to operate. So that was why we bonded.
No, we have to take full advantage of the low cost.
Well, our interest rates are very low on our bonds.
Right.
And the other thing is, and council should, recognize the fact that our debt ratio is exceptionally low. So we are from that, and that results in the bond ratings that we receive. And we receive very favorable bond ratings. 0.34% is our
And we're
debt
AAA bond rating? What is
Our
it?
bond rating is AA plus.
Double A plus.
And that was up from the previous.
That was up from, well,
Oh,
this
same,
most
okay.
recent was, yeah, but we're one of only.
But we've been up.
I think
for the last
we're
few
one of 20 towns in the entire state that have a double A
Double A
plus.
plus.
And it would be hard to go up much higher or any higher because of the state's problem with the not funding
With
the
pensions.
system. Not the municipalities, but the states. That's a state issue.
We should bring our governor in and explain how.
I think you should.
Yeah, my financial advisor, talking about bonds, said, well, it's pretty difficult to find a good bond investment in New Jersey. Well, I guess we're one. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I move we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Good night all. And tonight.
Opposed?